Okay, good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning. Thank you for joining us on Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. All commissioners are present and accounted for. Agenda has been published. I'd like to make a couple of quick changes to this, please. I'd like to move the student recognition up following this adjustment. At 9:35, Andre will not be here. Jana will be coming in presenting. On old business, we have a request to have Proactive come in and chat with us, and then we have correspondence from the University of Wyoming that Commissioner Vickrey would like to address. We have those four changes on the agenda. There a motion? The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Then the next part is, this is really exciting if I get to have the commissioners come forward, so and congratulate this young man. This is in recognition of Ash Cooper. Ash claimed his fourth consecutive state championship title at the Wyoming State Science Fair. Not his first, but his fourth. His project also won him his second overall regional championship at the Southwest Wyoming Regional Science Fair on January 22nd. This 17-year-old invented an overdose detection device called Second Chances, which earned him numerous awards and accolades, including the state championship and engineering award, a second place INBRE biomedical award, a University of Wyoming Research Scholars Program entry, and a trip to the upcoming International Science and Engineering Fair, the ISEF, in May. With all of that, congratulations. That's
Thank you very
great.
much.
That's wonderful.
Thank you very much.
You, and we hope to see you back when you win the next event.
Of course. I'd love to. Thank you very much, sir.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yes, wonderful.
Thank you.
Again? There you go.
Student, they moved over. Do you want to move over? All right. Okay, here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good job, Mom and Dad. One more here. Okay, then we'll move down the agenda as published. Everyone's had a chance to review the agenda. Motion to accept.
We already did.
Thank you. Yes. We made the changes. Approval of the prior meeting minutes.
Make motion to approve the minutes as presented. Second.
Any discussion on that? Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Accounts payable. We have accounts payable with an addition of two items today. For Clayton Melinkovich, $743.86, and Maria Brigg, Maria Biggs in the amount of $444.85, also for meals and mileage and reimbursement. The adjusted total on that is $694,455.45. Any
That 1,100 isn't in the 693 total.
is not according to what was published previously that we were provided.
You have to go with this one.
Correct, but what's Commissioner Bradley is saying is this is what had been published previously for $693,266, which is the previous dollar amount. We're adding the other two, which increases it to $694,455.94.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I look at.
See that shows the $693,266.74.
Can
And
we
then,
hold off on for just a second? Let me ask the gals.
sure.
So the old one up here shows 692,078.
Oh.
That's what it looks like to me.
So what we have then is a 514 purchase journal, and these were done on 519. Just make that accounts payable in the amount of $693,266.74.
Okay, I'd make a motion to approve accounts payable in the amount of $693,266.74.
Have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Up next, Billy Pape, please.
Morning,
Morning.
got my activity list for this week. To paint cattle guards, fix some fence. Drainage on some roads. Just trying to get stuff laid and really after right now is trying to use the moisture. Really, having problems with water. Especially down south. We have a few places we can get water, actually been buying some water. Get some roads done. But I'm managing this really. This weather. And then. Questions? Hey. Us. Friday. Red. It's like on the screen. It's road. Explain.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. I'm just here representing town council potential project. We would hope to be a joint project between the town of Pinedale and Suffolk County. As several of you know, about 3 years ago, we completed a transportation master plan that included Hayley was on that steering committee, as well as just about every emergency response and emergency personnel inside of Suffolk County, hospital district, sheriff, fire department, school district, everybody was involved with that process. We laid out several priorities for transportation in and around Pinedale, and project through what's called Safe Streets and Roads for All program, funded by the bipartisan bill. And we landed a pretty significant grant for some Pine Street not to big work on Pine Street in fiscal year 28-29. That project's ongoing. That Safe Streets and Roads for All program was a 5-year program, and this is the last year to apply for federal dollars for safe streets and roads programs across America. And the next priorities on our transportation master plan are the robustness and secondary access to our hospital in Pinedale. So rehabbing Fremont Lake Road to a more robust road, and then having an alternative route called Lake Road, which is a county road. So Fremont Lake Road is the town of Pinedale Road. Lake Road is a county road. And through Shelter Park and behind the cemetery. And so I spoke with the council on this a couple weeks ago. This application for federal funding is due soon. Through our conversations with Safe Streets and Roads for All, they encouraged us to liked our action plan. They liked the master plan and the effort that went into it. They encouraged us to apply again to bring federal dollars into Sublette County. The question becomes, is the project right? This project is a joint jurisdictional project. It's half town, half county. And I met with Billy and I met with Mike. Eric's here. I know Eric put together all these cost estimates. The town would like to know if this is a grant application the county is willing to partner with the town on, or if it's not, and what that partnership would field any questions you guys may have.
So how much will the grant not cover?
So the grant, Safe Streets and Roads for All is an 80% federal grant. And so 20% is the local match. On our current one that we landed, that there's a separate pool of money that we are exploring on this one as well. We were successful in our last one. Our last one is 100% state. Wyoming State Legislature had passed a $75 million pool of money to match BIL funds that come into the state of Wyoming. It's called the Government's Matching Pool Grant. And there is a chance that the 20% could be funded by that, but I think we need to go into this application process that if we were successful, that we would be responsible for that 20% local match. I think that's the right way to go into it. And obviously, if we will pursue every avenue as possible to bring it. There's no guarantee.
So I got another question. Where the road's established, where's the topsoil that you're gonna scrape on?
Well, that on this one, the actual edge of the existing road is on the southern edge of the right of way. So if you're gonna build that road up and add this ADA lane to it, you have to go into the hill, which that easement extends 20 feet into that property.
North and south,
To the north into Orchid.
going up the slope?
Yep. So our easement goes 20 feet into that property and the existing easement, the road edges. And then in these estimates, I just used the highest numbers that we've had. So more reasonable estimates probably get it down to around lowest numbers we've ever had. This is the highest.
One more.
Yep.
So over here on the far end of it, you know, we've had some problems with that easement there, and it says realign approach possible.
Yep.
So what's that mean?
I was just, the way that hill comes in so steep, just to make sure we could build a safe approach there. I just didn't have time to tear it. But it wouldn't affect
Now I'm
the
talking
process.
about the one that went behind the school. That approach here it shows.
Oh, just where we're tying into Tyler down there.
On the this far end over here.
Yeah, so you're talking about over by the cemetery. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had some problems there, you know.
Yeah.
And I think there's some trees planted probably where they're not supposed to be already again.
Very well could be. Like I say, I show where the platted easement is. Luckily, the town owns that piece.
I mean,
Fix that alignment.
but I think it ought to be, if we do this, we ought to fix that so it's pretty obvious what
Yeah.
that easement not. You know who bought the house next door? Did you straighten it? But anyway, because it's gonna be a problem. I think if we do this, I think that's kind of an important thing. We get with some markers or
Yep.
something that shows that actual
Yep.
easement, so down the road it's not a problem. So
Never comes up.
there's a fair bit of engineering that needs to go into that intersection between site distance. It's gonna be a compromise somewhere, get it as safe as possible. It's a challenge, but I would say the town is open to, the town owns all the part, like that portion of land. To make that right regardless if this project moves forward or not, that there's a tough hillside to have an intersection on. So the cost estimate that you guys see before you is for the plan set that Eric has provided. So that's kind of the county road. And so the other aspect of the project is a $3.3 million project. That's Fremont Lake Road portion. That has a local match right around 600,000. That's the town's portion that we would say we would do the Fremont portion. Does the commissioner want to do?
53 is the county's board.
Correct. Yeah.
So. Technical investigation.
So since we have to put a retaining wall up along that side, we'd have to, so that's what kind of oils would be.
We don't have the excavation.
Well, we'd have to hire somebody, it's just to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up. We do it on pretty much.
Got my words still in there. There's no input.
If 952 divided, you know,
No, that's the piece that Eric has prepared on the county road portion. The town piece is a separate, so your guys' cost estimate right now is 4.7 million on your portion. The town's cost estimate on our Fremont Lake Road is 3.3 million. So we have a separate match for that. The total match is around 1. This would be going for about 8 million.
So if we don't do it, can you still upgrade Fremont Lake Road?
So
or
yeah,
is
if you
it all-
guys choose to not participate, and this is where like the town's at right now, that, we don't have to commit the actual dollars today, 'cause we don't know if we have. That comes when there's a grant. However, if you guys do not proceed, the town will likely pursue just fixing Fremont Lake Road. I think it's, less, I think it accomplishes less for what the community would need, but it's still a worthwhile project for us, and we will still like that portion. We just thought this would be and an opportunity to bring federal dollars in.
would you consider a trade?
What do you mean a trade?
We'll trade you all the bike paths. Thank you. I'm not kidding.
I can't politic.
I can.
I
Take it back to the mayor.
Yeah. can certainly, so you want to exchange the pathways in the town of Pinedale for.
So fix both roads, just our share.
Oh, sure.
So certainly, if you guys don't wish to go down this route, we just view it as an opportunity worth discussing across jurisdictional boundaries to benefit. That's all I'm here for.
So I'm not familiar with this area at all. This would be a secondary road up to the hospital.
And it currently is a secondary road. It's just very small. It's narrow. It doesn't, I think there's some right of way issues that need to be resolved, just where the actual right of way is compared to where the road is. It's not really built for like a good, robust secondary access, like sending ambulances or anything up if something were to happen on the hill.
So these right of ways are hammered out. There won't be a big legal battle if we
No, the
claiming them.
road's like right on the edge, so, I mean, it's kind of in our future plan to do something with this road, because a lot of people walk. And there's no inch. Problem with it right now is that you got a lot of dead trees and stuff, and it's not on our easement, so I can't really do it. I just have to wait till they fall down before I can do anything. But so it's stuff that we've been working on, trying to get this more centered. And this grant is, this is the last year for it, so so just thought we'd bring it to you.
So when do you find out if you get it or not?
So the last process we did, I found out in November. Doing May, kind of,
And so if we get it, at that point, you said, but just can't, this.
you certainly could not accept, you haven't signed on a dotted line for accepting these dollars. And it being a federal grant, that one of the challenges that if we were successful in the grant application, we become a direct recipient of federal dollars. So administering a federal grant, there's a lot of pieces. I know I'm going through it right now. It's a little tough. We're still negotiating through all the contract, like the agreement. But there's a process. It'll likely be 2020, end of 26 before we're understanding if we got awarded the money, probably this time into 27. Getting an agreement in place, working on MOUs, having public meetings, kind of locking in scope of work, how we get this done. And then selecting an engineer, got to go through all federal procurement processes and policies. It'll have all of the federal requirements for a federal contract. So Davis-Bacon, American Iron Steel, Made in America, Buy America. There's a lot of provisions that we have to certify through that. So we'd have to figure out who's going to do all that, how we're going to get through all that. But I'm confident we can figure that out that time if that's something we're pursuing together. Billy and I work together well. Eric and I work together well. Figure it out.
So to apply for this thing, how much engineering funding do we have to put out? How much funding do we have to put?
To apply?
Apply. Any more than what we see right here?
And I don't know how much level of effort you guys have given it, but I've got the application 81% complete. So all I need is my final paperwork and letters of support and a few maps that the town is, very simple maps, GIS. All of the engineering, the transportation master plan was a large project, took several years to accomplish. That is the primary item that's going. So that $300,000 investment has already brought in millions into our community, and this is an opportunity to leverage it into more to fix these priorities. But at the same time, it will cost a couple grand of maps and engineering, but it's not a significant.
Well, it's a long ways down the road. If there's gonna be an issue of bottlenecking up there if that hospital takes off.
Well, so I'm listening. I think what we're talking about is you'd like us to commit today.
What we would be looking for is a commitment on just applying for the grant, that you would be willing, this portion of road would be your responsibility.
Well, the only concern I would have is going forward. I can't see the future. I don't think anybody can. So we don't know. We don't know if 2 years from now, which sounds to me like when the project actually be going on, that $1 million may be tough to pull out of the sock somewhere.
I understand that. We play this game all the time when we're talking about federal and state grants. This is why we invest money planning, and we do the best that we can on those costs. And you're not signing on the dotted line of a commitment of dollars right now. The commitment of dollars would come after, like, hey, your grant application was successful. We need to sign a federal agreement. That federal agreement would say, by signing this, we're going to give you 80%, and you were committing to the 20% at that time. So that would likely be about this time next year if I were to have my crystal ball out. And so at that time, you could say, we don't have the money. This, and you can deny
Well,
it.
no, I understand that part of it, but the thing of it is that 953 could be $1.6 million in 2 years from now.
I understand.
And so that would be, concern is if you're signing on a line today, and then down the road you say, whoops, guess shouldn't have done that. And so there you are, the project. It takes both pieces to me to look like it, to make it right. I'll put it like that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when the bid process is completed, year from now,
2 years from now. That's probably,
at that point in time, we would have a dollar amount that we would know is done a bid. And then the dollar amount would hold consistent throughout.
Yeah.
Until,
There's a reason why I think Eric said he used the worst numbers that he's had on projects, because he wants to be conservative when we're seeking the funding. When we seek funding, we want to make sure we get enough. We can always trim scope, we can always trim back, we can always try to find things as we go through the engineering to make sure we stay within that dollar funds. It is a challenge game, play it all the time, because it takes years to plan these large projects. It's very hard. Inflation is real. Sometimes contractors are bidding processes are hard. It happens. We've all been through those.
Yeah, the only other thing that I'm aware of is that road when it's brought up to specs, so your ambulance can go by. And right now, there's a speeding issue the way it is. And so all this is gonna do, I think overall, is gonna make it a faster speedway down through there. So there's gonna have to be some sort of traffic control if you're gonna have that thing way I think you're looking at it to be. Because those folks that live along that right now better watch it when they step out. Yeah.
I'm for funding as long as you don't like.
So
That'll be next.
No, that-
It's included in there.
to be crystal clear, that is like a report of the federal funds.
Is it attached to it?
Yep, it's pedestrian facilities that are provided. It's a complete street. So right now it's shown as an attached pathway. If it needs to be a detached pathway, attached sidewalk, I mean, those things can be figured out. Reality is each street does incorporate a green pedestrian facility.
That's the problem we're having right now. Seeing people walk, so they have to walk. And
any questions from those online? Those that have attended the meeting? The discussion by the board? All you're looking for is an indication that we would be willing to interview that.
Yep, and so I need to submit the application. I need to know that I have a joint application. If you guys are willing to do that, if you're not, then proceed. Sorry, license bike pad. Oh.
Yes, yes.
I think there was an agreement. There's general.
Figure like 8 meters. To get them fixed before you take.
Yeah, I don't wanna take over crappy guy bike path, that's for sure. I don't know what the price tag was. Send me this.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would be in agreement in signing off. But I'm still gonna have reservations going forward with this thing. A couple of years from now, I want to, that number will fluctuate, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Like I say, I padded it as much as I possibly could, so hopefully they'll be cheaper, but they are now. I added the 40% increase to oil and everything we're experiencing this year, so maybe next year won't be so bad, but
Okay, further discussion? Motions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we proceed or partner up with the town of Pinedale in applying for an 80/20 grant on the East Lake County Road 23-186 reconstruction project for an 80/20 split on the grant.
Second.
Motion second, any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you. Thank you guys for your help, and as we learn more, I'll report back, but it'll likely be some time. I can just tell you these processes are a little slow. I didn't hear back until November. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
the other thing I got is I sent the plans to the Forest Service for those cattle guard replacements. They're still reviewing them. What it looks like they're gonna make is take it out after the fact. Why it's different. The one down by Lakeside is supposed to White Pine, but looked like they want us to take those deeds. You gotta find out. Or that it's
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment on those cattle guards. I had a few minutes the other day and I drove up there just to look at them and think to myself, I wonder how bad they are. Well, one of them is a bump, there's no doubt. But really, I wonder why they're even in there. Because that permit, to my knowledge, hasn't even been utilized for livestock for several years. I think that could be followed up with the Forest Service and find out. And if there's no use for a livestock permit there surely should be no use for a fence, which the fence, when you look at it, is decimated. Somebody's gonna have to build that thing up. Right now, my thought process is let's just pull them out, fill them up with something and be done with them. It'd be a heck of a lot cheaper. I think we need to check with the Forest Service and see what the permit status there is, but I know there hadn't been any livestock there for several years. And so would indicate to me with that livestock there, that permit has probably reverted back to the Forest Service. So I think before we go forward with it, that would be my take, is to contact the Forest Service, see what that permit status is, and then go from there. Because it's redundant to have cattle guards and no fence just to have them there. So that's my take on it. I think we ought to put this thing on hold for a minute. Be a heck of a lot easier, cheaper and everything to go up there, pull them out, fill the holes up, and away we go.
We did send a letter. They did come back and say that we did ask, because the fences are down, they did say we had to demand. Like, there's no permit, or if no one's putting cows there, maybe
we certainly try again.
try
I think you
again.
could take Kate up there
Yeah.
and maybe show her personally what.
Yeah.
I don't know where your letter goes. Did it go to her?
Yeah, sent to her, and then she, of course, sent it on, on the chain, and they said they had it, because they put a cabinet and everything, because we were trying to get the one up top. That fence is totally down up there. We really trying to get rid of them, but said we had to keep.
Certainly reach out to them again and
Cause I haven't seen cows there years.
Maybe make the agreement, we can take them out, or if the cattle come back, we address them then or something.
Well, yeah, and I think if at some point in time down the road, whether it's 4 years or 24 years, it could always put darn things back in. But right now they're just there for no reason. And rather than put new ones in, which is going to cost a lot of money for no purpose. I think we have to explore the fact we take them out and smooth the road up, or at least where that one's at. And it would be easier all the way around, I would think.
And then Reardon opening, I'll send out then this week at the meeting in June. That morning. Send that out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
Great. So I do got Brian's there. We get for waste management transfer station. We did get Clayton got his contract done. You don't know. Oh, there's time to sign it, Mr. Chairman.
You have a contract for services between Sublette County and M&M Transfer.
We approved this last meeting and
We did this last.
Yeah, I was looking for an effective date on this. Contract is in effect as of July 1st, 2026, and will continue through June 30th, 2031. Any discussion on this? Your motion?
Do we need another motion?
Clayton, do we need a motion on this to sign?
Yeah, the action signing and. Project.
That's all to approve. Chairman will sign the contract in Sublette County and.
M&M,
Transfer.
Is there a second? Sure.
second,
Any discussion? All in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. You need a- And then Jessica will need a copy of that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
I know this will be a little over.
Yeah, 31's. Can't believe it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one.
Do,
I got is golf course. And another lease agreement. That was then was. This is only got that. Liquor. Just the contact and use.
The liquor division requires that the board sign a contract for the contact people. So it's Billy, Rosie. Anybody else? Oh, probably.
So the county's gonna continue to run the liquor side of it, and they're gonna just run the restaurant.
They're just running the restaurant. Yeah.
okay, have a primary contact and order authorization form. Commissioners are agreeing to have Billy, Pape, Rhoda Williams, and Kelsey. Help me with last name. Okay, great. Okay,
So, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the order authorization contract for Sublette County's liquor license. Primary contact name being Billy Pape, secondary contact Rona Williams and Kelsey DeScherno.
we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
Well, Bill, how you keep that separate now? They've just got different cash registers or?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, the point of sale. And here's the lease that we came up with.
Jack, real quick, sorry, Sharon. Because Commissioner Stevens said that, Emily had asked about, she's going to give them a cash drawer, an amount for their cash drawer for the bar. But they wanted the board to set the amount that was going to go into that cash drawer, so that was the other thing we needed today.
On the rest of them, we normally do like 250, except for like transferring out. But we figured 250. Fine.
We need a motion. Sir. Make a motion to approve a cash drawer for the bar sales. $250.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
All right,
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed.
And all we got is the lease for the, that was thing last night. They were good with it. Sign.
We have a lease on the restaurant effective June 1st, 2026, and terminates on June 30th, 2027. $800 a month. The
They gotta stay there year round.
They're gonna try to. Even in the winter, they're trying to have stuff.
Well-
As of right now.
So as of right now, will be open 7 days a week throughout the summer? And that will terminate when, as far as open?
Then we're not open, off season's over, so.
And they have the latitude at that point in time to.
Change your hours.
Great. Have the leases prepared by county attorney Clayton Melinkovich. Anyone want to read through? Questions? Any questions from individuals online?
They overpaid that.
paying half, approximately half, right, of all utilities, because we came up with that $1,600 number, but where we're keeping where they won't do the liquor side of it.
Do they have the option to pick up the liquor later if they want?
We always have that option if we can.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about it. They want to see how this goes and then maybe next year. And
Sure.
So if somebody comes into the restaurant and orders something, they gotta go over to the bar and order it, or do you split those tabs?
they just will have to pay different. Pay the bar.
Okay, any questions from people in attendance? Emotion?
What's the restaurant's name?
They have it as individuals, I believe. And it's under the name Mary Lou Araya, an individual operating in an individual capacity.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the lease agreement between Sublette County and Mary Lou Araya for the operation of the restaurant at the golf course.
Motion, is there a second? Is there any discussion? Please.
So, are they setting up their own business? I mean, they got a sales tax number and
Yeah.
they got all that already?
They don't have their own. We got to meet with the health inspector today and they'll have their.
Own license.
So to contact them, there's not much way, because we don't know the business or whether they have a phone or.
Yeah, they'll have a phone and they have their business name.
But we don't know what that is yet.
Yeah,
That's all right.
they.
I'm just curious. Somebody asked, but
Yeah, no, it's.
So how's the janitorial stuff work? Are we gonna argue over the bathrooms, or is it the
No,
bar's
we
gotta
got
clean the
We
bathrooms?
got it all. Right now, we'll clean the bathrooms and then if they have like a party or after, then they'll clean them. We'll work together.
Actually, it states in here that the lessee is responsible for cleaning.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're gonna kind of help, work together. Right now, we're cleaning them, so we just have our, cleaning and then, cause they get kind of bad. So, or we have, and I've talked with them and stuff about it, so we'll just work together, making sure
Great. Good. Further questions?
He's just looking for that name.
Yeah, I'll say.
All right.
Okay. Have a motion second. No further questions. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Please.
I have a question. So what's the water tower? I guess I've been asleep.
Water tower. Front of the VFW tunnels. So the water tower used to be in front of the VFW for a long time. And then it got moved out to the golf course. And of course, it fell down. It was just. And
Is that metal wood?
it's wood. And so they put it behind the driving range shop there. And there were a bunch of willows all around it. It was in the willows. When we started cleaning all that, we pulled it out front. And I had like a godly amount of, there's the water tower, you gotta fix it, put it up. So, they had it all refurbished, and they used all, it was really amazing how good, well, that thing was built.
One off Saturday.
Yeah, and so, it's all the original. The only thing we had to do is the roof was kind of potted out and on the roof, and got that all done, and then now we got it out there. Have you seen it?
I didn't.
We got it put up.
I mean, I've been out there, but it was.
You'll see it as you drive down. And we're gonna hang the, there's a sign on it. Stuff, but it says you come in us from the driving range there. Right before you get there. But yeah, it's got a long history.
Should have as many times as he's wound up in the hospital. They built it, I think.
Yeah. It's amazing. It was amazing how whoever built that back in the day, they did it right. It's all tongue in everything.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you much.
If you guys, there's more. There's one. Oh, Rim Road. I'm sorry, I forgot Rim Road. The easement on Rim Road. Got everything we wanted, for snow catchers, with everything. It's got some, wording in it. It says we're kind of liable if anything happens off of that road. It's not like any of our other agreements with. So I advise you don't sign this one, and we work to get it like the one we have on Skyline Drive and stuff.
So I emailed you all about this and covered this. If there's any questions on that, we can certainly have that conversation here. We can also have conversations in executive session if you want to have those kind of conversations. But yes, that is the advice out of my office with regards to the liability that the county would be accepting on this easement. I have communicated, I guess I'll pause there. Do we want to still have this conversation here? The last time this came up, you all indicated that you wanted to just have it in an open session. Is that still the case? Okay. So I have reached out to the Forest Service specifically and asked if there was room for negotiation on that clause, and there is no room for negotiation on the Forest Service's perspective. So either the county accepts all risk of all loss, including firefighting costs for any damages or harms to US property as a result of the existence of the public road, or we don't.
Well,
As Billy mentioned, this is unlike any other easement that we have. The rest of our easements crossing BLM do not have this provision. This also is not in the easement on Skyline. But as it currently sits, the Hobart Ranches Service and Improvement District already has an existing easement, and they have already accepted that liability. And so essentially the county would be in also picking this road up. We would also be picking up the potential liability for any damage to US property as a result of the use of that easement on a public road. I didn't mean it tougher either.
no, that's okay. You're taller than I am. You got to talk over me most of the time anyway.
Well, I'm sitting now.
There must be somewhere some communication gap. If the prior easements are okay, and now all of a sudden we've got one that is as restrictive as you could ask for just a little bit of wording that says somebody from New York City shows up here, runs up the road, drives off of it, tips his car all over, starts a forest fire, and then it takes care of all the rest up in that country that hadn't been burned the first time around. We're liable for that.
It doesn't specifically note that it be a driver from New York, but yes, that
Yeah,
potentially.
well, that's what you're saying, is if we use that road, if the county uses that road, and something bad happens, because it's gonna have to happen coming off of that road, or you're gonna be out in the brush to get there, and so nobody's gonna do that. They're gonna use the road. Therefore, what you're saying is we're liable for everything that could occur.
And I can relate the direct language, but yes, the easement, the easement grantee, which would be the county, accepts all responsibility for costs associated with damage to US property as a result of the use of the easement, and that would include the hypothetical that you described.
So the other easements that go through federal properties does not include that. Is that correct?
That is correct. Initially, I thought that I looked at them and I assumed that they were kind of all the same. And then in pulling those easements and reading them, I have yet to find one, even going back to, I believe, 1960. Some of the BLM ones on the south and west end of the county. So Cottonwood, those ones, I believe those easements were signed back in the 60s. And they're pretty much just build a road and don't get in anybody's way for moving cattle, is for all intents and purposes what those easements across BLM say. And then the one up Skyline, which is weird because it was written in 18, and the existing easement that Hobart Ranches Service and Improvement District has on the existing on the road that they have already operating and maintaining, they have that easement was written in 2012. So I was looking and I was like, is this a, you know, as they are newer, it's an issue or not? But yeah, so they are requiring, if we want that easement, if we want it, if we, the county, if the county wants to maintain that road and take over that easement, they are requiring that the county also accept responsibility for all loss to federal property as a result of the use of that road.
So where in the hierarchy in the Forest Service would that have come from?
I don't know the answer to that question. I did specifically ask the contact that I've been working with, and she indicated that there was not room for negotiation on that provision.
Well, unless she's married to President Trump, there's somebody that's above her, and that's where we need to go, because this is bogus, period. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about the rest of these guys, but so we've got somebody out there that's saying, oh boy, I got some authority, I'm going to use it.
I can reach out to the White House if you would like.
Well, I think I don't know about everybody else, but I like, because we've went through a lot. The people up there have accepted what Road and Bridge has done, and they're very grateful for it. And now we've got an issue here that for all intents and purposes, says county, you better not take it over because you're gonna have to pay for everything if somebody falls off the road and creates a fire, for instance, or whatever could occur up there is gonna fall back on the county.
As I've mentioned before, and I'll reiterate again, this is a remote risk, and this ultimately comes down to what is the risk tolerance for the county. I'm not suggesting that it is a great idea, but here's the reality is that in these circumstances where there is a deep pocket, that's generally where entities go, is if there's a deep pocket. So for example, right now with the existing structure the way it is now with the Hoback Ranches Service and Improvement District, there is no deep pocket there. So in reality, that provision that exists is not something that will likely be paid out to the tune of, $40 million if there's a forest fire. However, when the county takes it over, there's a real risk that in the event that that does happen, that the Forest Service comes calling because you all have the fiduciary reins on a significantly deep pocket.
Well, I'll tell you, that really ticks me off. I didn't mean to say tick, I meant to say something else, but so here's what I'm in favor of doing. Let's just call these people up and say, okay, you're gonna do this to us. We're gonna give you back Skyline. Just take it. It's yours. We're done with it. You take care of it. You keep it open up for the tourists to come here. If you want to play hardball, we can play hardball. That's my thought here. And that's what's exactly going on here. And we've spent a pile of money on that road up there. They should be loving to take it over, to maintain it, to plow it in the wintertime, excuse me, to make sure the folks that come in here to spend their millions of dollars can get up to Elkhart and around and go do their thing. Let the Forest Service take it over for a while, if that's what they want to do. Why should we take that? And they're accepting the responsibility there, but we're gonna go in and where we've got year-round residents, and now all of a sudden, because somebody I don't know where they're at, in DC probably, is saying, oh, if you're gonna take this one, now this is what you're gonna have to do. It's just bogus as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not willing to, it's one of those things, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you sign off on it, first thing that's gonna happen, somebody figure out a way to stick it to the county. That's just the way the world is today. And if you don't take, then you've left those people up there thinking, now we've got something going good here for us. And so now you are in that position, and I can't myself. I can't sign off on the thing if it's going to expose the county to something like that. On the other hand, how do you talk to your constituency up there and say, oh, by the way, yeah, we've been strong-armed by the federal government, which is what it amounts to.
Well, that is the nature of the beast for policymakers like yourselves. I'm more than happy to take any direction that you would give me. I can recircle back to this same group. I can try and go higher into that hierarchy. Whatever you would like me to do, I'm more than happy to do. But I guess the decision for today is sign or not sign, and then just let me know what further or next steps you would like me to take on your behalf.
Do you know where this group is out of?
It's the regional folks. It's the same folks that we worked with on the.
Okay, but I didn't know what level you were at.
For the.
Great, thank you.
Ponderosa Fire Hall.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see how we can sign it by obligating the county to anything that can happen coming off that road.
And let's go up the food chain. That's my opinion, but there's other commissioners here also.
Well, I tend to say we better hold off, let Clayton work a little more.
Good. Right.
I agree.
Okay, well,
Thanks.
I will see if I can get you a differently worded easement.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? Okay.
Yes, they'll do work. You've done some work up there. We continue to do work up there. change our status.
Well, I think you continue doing what you're doing until you have a cease and desist order, and then we approach it from there.
I think, they'll change the wording. Yes, like, yeah. Like, I don't think so.
Great. Anything else?
That's all I got.
Appreciate it. Thank you much. Up next, Jana Lee, please.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for putting me in. I received our final form of our public health nursing contract yesterday. And it's our 2-year contract that states all of our agreements between the state and the county for the services that we do at public health. All of our nursing services, and our maternal child health program, all of our abilities, testing, immunizations, all of our programs. It provides the 2-year contract between the state and the county. For our agreement, really not a lot has changed. There are a few things within our program deliverables that they have. And the other big change is, I pursued getting our county employees to be able to drive the state vehicle for the state, so that we have all my nurses are state employees, including myself, and then Joni and Nadia, who's our public health emergency preparedness coordinator, and the IDR prevention coordinator. They are county employees, so we're this mix. But that would give those other couple individuals the ability to drive the state.
Fully covered.
Which it makes better use of that car, that vehicle sitting there instead of paying mileage all the time.
Right.
Guys have questions? It also covers that 35% that you cover state person benefits from this.
Do you have some information for us? Thank you. Clayton, have you reviewed this contract by chance?
Yes,
Great, thank you so much. We have a contract from Jana Lee with the, after you,
Approve the nursing services contract between Suffolk County and the state of Wyoming for 2 years.
Second that.
motion second, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Oppo-
Plain and blue.
Thank you.
Oh, goodness.
Can I do it in cursive? Okay.
Thank you. They'd send it back to me if you didn't sign in blue, but. Thank you. And then in a few weeks, I'll be bringing, we have our 2-year prevention contract that's still coming through, and then our public health preparedness one is every year, so I haven't got those yet, but
Okay,
appreciate your support.
thank you.
Thanks, Jana.
Up next, Fire Warden Cooper, please. Good morning.
Commissioners, how are you?
Good. Before we get going on, we received this from the county clerk this morning. If you'd be kind enough whenever convenient to go through and.
Yep.
Nice young man you have there.
Thank you. We're very proud.
Yeah.
He's done a good job. He's put a tremendous amount of effort into science fair and great things.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, commissioners, I'll run through the monthly county fire warden report. Starting the budget right now, the year is basically 85% through. And the budget's 70% used, so it looks like we're on track to have some unexpended funds there. That's great news. MLs continues to work hard to obtain some grants. We were awarded the VFA grant for $5,000. We were awarded a ExxonMobil Smart Simple grant for $2,000. And we're still waiting word on a $5,000 grant through the Telesnacks. In the month of April, there were 17 emergency response calls and 1 non-emergency response call. There's no open fire investigations at this time. Our public prevention education program is going strong. There was 2 educational presentations for school-aged children presented in April. Our Firewise program, I'm very, very proud of. Preparation for the wildfire art showcase was going on in April. We had already conducted that showcase in May, very, very well and well attended. Josie's been working with a local timber producer to help them assist them with a grant application to help establish a timber mill in Sublette County. She's applied for a forest health grant. She's continuing to work with the PIO to try to identify landowners that are interested in mitigation activities. That's the Dennis Trucking grant I just hit on. She's finalizing the Colorado River Sustainability Compact grant application. She's been working very hard on the wildfire evacuation plan. Again, that wildfire evacuation tabletop is scheduled on Wednesday and Thursday this week at the Limit Room. And then she's been networking with other mitigation coordinators in the state to try to share resources. And then she is working with the National Volunteer Fire Council on an assessment program, and she attended training with them. And then she's last month she conducted 2 wildfire risk assessments in Boulder Lake states. There was only 1 smoke detector installed last month. Moving into a training program, I won't go into detail on this, but we're just finishing up the Recruit Academy training. They just finished the last hands-on practical training, meaning the final culmination will be the live fire training that'll be scheduled. Don't quote me on this. It's first couple of weeks in June. I want to say June 13th. But that'll be the last step of the Recruit Academy to finish all the required training, and then we'll have our actual graduation ceremony in July. As far as cooperative service meetings, continue to attend cooperative service meetings with our local, state, and federal partners, and try to be a good partner with everybody and share information and resources. And then so far in 2026, our volunteers have logged 202 volunteer activities, not including emergency responses or training activities. That'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. On the tabletop that's occurring tomorrow and Thursday, what are the hours of that, please?
From my memory, from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock on both days. I think the actual tabletop begins at 8:30, but there'll be introductions and some housekeeping stuff that begins at 8 o'clock, and then we'll actually move right into the scenario.
Can we just float in and out, or do we? That wouldn't be any interruption, so.
No interruption at all. And I encourage all the county commissioners to attend and participate and see and understand what the
absolutely
evacuation plan includes. But yeah, based on your availability, any involvement's better than no involvement. And please feel free to jump in and out and see what's going on and attend as much as you're willing or able.
Great, thank you for that.
So the letter that you asked me about, this is from Dana Stone. I've known Dana for many years. He's a good friend and I respect him highly. Dana is asking about the annual operating plan, which I intended to speak about this afternoon with the federal partners. So if you would be okay with it, I'd prefer to defer that until this afternoon. We'll have a discussion when we talk about the annual operating plan.
It was just passed on to us this morning and you were here.
Yeah, so I do have answers to Dana's questions, and I'm happy to go into detail this afternoon. It'd be more relevant when the rest of the questions are brought up.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll take that back if you're ready. Do you already have one?
Yep, I do.
Great. Any questions?
Shad, I've got one on fire investigation. So what determines when you make a fire investigation, the type of fire, et cetera? The question I have is, like the one out of Daniel, you don't investigate something like that? How do you, or how do you, what determines how you, what you investigate, I guess is my question.
Please.
So Commissioner Vickrey, it's case dependent. The answer is the incident commander of the fire has the latitude to make the decision whether or not they need to conduct a full fire investigation or not. State statute is very explicit. It says every fire, regardless of size, regardless of location or cause or any other reason, has to be investigated. So we do follow that. We do investigate every single fire response that we go to. The latitude comes in is how in depth does that investigation need to be? And so really the majority of the fire responses that we go to, they're pretty open and shut cases. It's really obvious that it was an unattended cooking fire, or like if it's, let me phrase that difference. If it's very obvious and the incident commander within his own training as a company officer is capable of conducting the fire investigation, then they're also capable of documenting the origin and cause of that fire investigation to meet the statutory requirements. Where they need additional assistance from and where the fire investigation report out in the monthly report comes from is when the incident commander needs additional assistance, then they activate the fire investigation team. And we have 2 fully qualified fire investigators that are capable and competent to provide, expert testimony if they have to go as far as, a witness stand and provide testimony in a court case. So why that's important is if an incident commander activates the investigation team, they have protocols in place to mobilize. They have protocols in place to work with the law enforcement to collect evidence. And all of that needs to be documented properly so that if it needs to go to court cases, it can. But furthermore, you asked specifically about the battery incident that we had. It's also necessary for more than just court. It's also necessary for insurance companies. And it's very, very frequent occurrence that we get a call from whatever homeowner's insurance company and asking for a copy of our fire investigation report. So we do document. We have it's called a records management system through First Due, and every single incident we document, who responded, what trucks they responded, what the timeframes were, and then also in that same record keeping system, we also document what the origin and cause of the fire was.
Yeah, actually, thank you for that. The one I was actually referring to is one there by the fish hatchery, the Daniel fish hatchery.
Oh, yeah.
And so that could have been huge. It just wasn't. It ran out of fuel. But something like that, would you also have, would there be an investigation of that one in some regards that says, okay, this is what we think, et cetera, and then you put it to bed at that point in time? Is that how that would work?
Yes, and there was an investigation done on that, and there was documentation included in our incident report on that one. Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine, thank you. I was curious. I just didn't know what that formula was. So now I have a pretty good idea, I think. Thank you.
Great. Any further questions?
Thanks very much, Commissioners.
Great.
Rest of the day.
See you this afternoon. Thank you. Okay, we can work on the procurement policy for 15 minutes, or we can move on to the next. Any preference?
Move on to the next.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Move on to the next.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break. Control him. Up next, Hayley Ruland. Getting some pretty good steers on that one. Hayley Ruland has a bunch.
Well, relatively.
We've been through all of them, haven't we?
Yes.
That should be.
So 3 of these resolutions have already been approved, but now we have to do the resolution. So that's what's being presented today is just the resolution. For 3 of the applications that were previously approved at the last few meetings. What is first? The fee schedule. So
Hey, leaves that mic on.
is this on?
So.
Okay, thank you. So Sublette County, the Planning and Zoning Department, we are proposing to increase the development fees. And this, we discussed this back in a couple meetings now. And we advertised this in the newspaper on April 16th and May 14th, this particular meeting, and also just what the proposed fees are. Also, it was posted on the Sublette County Facebook page, and we developed a flyer that we had provided. It was just a small flyer that we had in different departments at the county. And generally, I think the main reason why we're proposing these new fees is it's been since about 2015 since the majority of these fees were updated. Short-term rentals, that was a regulation adopted in 2021, and the fees are set in the actual regulation. Some other fees are also set in the regulations, and then some are established by resolution. And many of the applications that come to planning and zoning that are presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission and to you, these fees do not necessarily cover the cost of doing public notices and sending letters out to neighbors. But just to do the public notice for the newspaper for planning and zoning and the commissioner meeting can be between $150 and $200. So that's why we're proposing a fee of a $200 flat fee to help advertise this in the newspaper and to send the notices out on behalf of the applicant to everyone that's within the subject area. So any application that requires planning and zoning, it would also include that $200 fee. Any of the building permit fees, there is the proposed in your packet is there are 2 different tables. And one table is a complete list of the actual fees, what the current fees are and what the proposed fees are. The other is the resolution, and that table is including only the fees that need to be updated by the resolution. We are proposing that this fee resolution would replace the fees adopted previously in 2015. And back in 2015, some of the fees, they were set to override some of the fees discussed in the actual regulations, but it didn't actually indicate to go back into the regulations and update the regulations. So right now we are proposing anything that's set by regulation that it will go back to whatever the regulation dictates for the fee. And then when we start to look at the regulations in the future, we will remove any fees from in the regulations and establish them all with a fee schedule.
Hang on here. Anything that's addressed in regulation is gonna revert back to what's printed in regulation. It won't be what's printed here in the new
Correct.
resolution.
We're going to revert back to whatever the regulations dictate.
How many things are printed in the regulation?
The regulations currently, they are dictated, the
Short-term rentals.
short-term rentals, the failure to obtain a permit prior to commencing development, that is set by the regulations. So that's basically if you develop without a permit, you are required to pay 2 times the fee. So that is set by the regulation.
So
And
there's
then
only 2 things then.
also subdivisions. Subdivisions were previously set by regulations. So that's why the fees appear to be going down slightly, is because that originally is set by the regulation.
So how do you know if they've built without it? I mean, if they've done an addition or whatever, you coordinate with the assessor's office, how do you know if somebody's built without it?
Typically, we will hear from the assessor's office. We coordinate a lot with them as far as what building permits are still open. And then if they go out and assess a property and they do not have a building permit, we actually email them whenever we issue a building permit. We email the assessor's office so that they can add it into their inspection list. They will sometimes go out and notice that something is not on their list of structures for the property, and they will let us know. At this point, though, our office has not been necessarily enforcing that,
Yeah.
that two
How do you
times.
do that enforcement when you send the law out, or you? gonna go
Exactly,
visit, or-
exactly. We
That won't be welcome,
we are
is it?
not really sending anyone out. We are really trying to encourage people to get their permits up front, and we have noticed some people, they are being assessed, and they maybe perhaps built this structure 5 years ago. And I'm not going out to people's homes and telling them that they need to get a building permit right now. We just want to be consistent with everybody. So if we're going to do that, we have to be ready to figure out how to retrospectively address those structures as a whole. But so the goal is, though, to go back to whatever the regulations have established. So that's mostly the subdivision fees. And then also we are proposing fees for towers. And since those regulations were adopted in the beginning of March, everyone that has been applying for a tower permit, we've had a couple people reach out about the administrative permits, and it's been issued as building permit up to this point. So there are different types of tower permits, and these fees are some of the higher fees that are proposed. A macro wireless facility permit, which is a conditional use, and a wireless facility adjustment, similar to a variance. That permit is one of the higher permit fees of $750. That's what's being proposed, just because as these structures, they, start to get bigger and bigger in size, the complexity with the reviews and the outreach, there's more time that goes into it. So we're just trying to cover our time spent on the applications. And since providing this resolution, I have added one more fee on here, which is vacations of plat or changing lot line configurations. Previously, this was addressed as a minor subdivision application, and they were charged at $250 each. And I'm proposing that this would be $100 instead of the $250. It's not a difficult process.
For a plat review?
It's more of a plat amendment, like if someone's removing a lot line, just something that's more administrative, and it does amend the plat. But instead of being $250, so a minor subdivision, there's a lot that goes into a minor subdivision. But for something like this, the vacation of a plat, I think that's a much simpler process. We did not receive any feedback in our office about any of the proposed fees and the building permit fees. Everything on here, we're trying to take baby steps with the fees and not make these too unreasonable right now and make it more of a flat fee. Some communities do this by square footage of the structure, and down the road, perhaps we can go in that direction. But for right now, we're just trying to keep this simple. And the residential dwelling unit that previously was $75. So we're proposing to double it, but we didn't want to be doing anything. We didn't want to propose anything that was going to be a huge fall. The residential accessory structures, those did used to be $25, and now we're proposing $75, just more to cover our time spent on them. But I think the $25 fee, that was not, it's almost like, why are we issuing a permit at that point? So, and then septics, those were previously $75. I think this is going to be a change for people with the $200 However, this covers our inspection time. And we also are investing quite a bit in the county for people to be trained. So Christie's at a training this entire week. So I think for us to be doing septic permits in-house for these conventional systems, this would help cover a little bit more of the training and the travel time that's associated with them. And septic permit applications that are designed and inspected by an outside engineer, we are proposing to keep that at $75 because the applicant, we don't want to penalize them for getting an engineer involved. But now we no longer have to be helping review the perk test or do the inspection. So it's more of an incentive to, you know, have the engineer, and that will cover our filing fee of the $75.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Hayley, did you present these to the Planning and Zoning Board, and was there any feedback from them?
We did not present this to the Planning and Zoning Board because this is not changing the regulations.
In my mind, if we put this in, wouldn't you want to override the regulation fees that are currently used?
In the future, I think it would be wise to remove all fees from our regulations and not have them
Yeah.
set by regulation.
But you say we have to rewrite the regulations prior to this superseding what's in the regulation.
And I think, going to the point about planning and zoning, if we amend the regulations, then we have to go through the public hearing process with planning and zoning and the commissioners and advertising because we'd be amending the regulations. But in this situation, we're not amending the regulations.
Any amendment has to go through the public hearing process. The regulations.
Yes, and we did advertise this in the newspaper that we were proposing the fee adjustment.
Did you get any feedback, so to speak?
You did not. I did not in our office. Did you? And we've been, as people come in for permits and as people call us with questions, we have been telling people about this and just encouraging people to get their applications in. So we're proposing that these fees would become effective on June 1st. So any application that's submitted June 1st or later, just to give a little bit of time to help us update our fees. And in case some people they want to get in, they have a little bit of time, for weeks. Or weeks, so. And the last thing I did want to know, just because it's so quiet, I feel like we are proposing to have a regulation and interpretation fee. I don't think I updated this. I might need to add this.
$40 an hour. Yes.
So the regulation interpretation, this would also, and I don't see this on the resolution here, but this would also be for any sort of research project. So I would like to add here or research project. So.
It's on there.
It's there.
Oh, does it say it?
Yeah, I saw it.
It says administrative written interpretation or special research project over 1 hour, $40 an hour.
Second
Yeah, it says on the resolution.
one from the bottom.
That was the one you emailed. Oh, so I think the one that I just updated is missing it, so I might need to. The purpose of that is we do get quite a few people who come into our office with specific questions about properties, and these things can take a lot of time. And currently the FOIA fees and the FOIA process, we thought having our own fee and giving people a little bit of time. We were proposing the first hour would be no charge. We want to help people, but beyond that first hour, it starts to get in the weeds with some of these things, and it can be very time consuming to do research for people. And it really is looking into people's properties and what permits have been issued. So it's things that are filed in our office that they're specifically asking about.
So I had that one the other day, a family division paid the. I think maybe there wasn't a fee paid, but I paid the 250 plat review.
Yours did not have a fee. It was, you're right, there was
So
no fee.
where do you find the plat review on it? Kind of fee, or is that go away for a family division? You just pay $100?
Any review for a plat, it is actual cost. So there is, that was already established just to have actual cost. So if we're hiring a surveyor, if Skylar is doing a review of a plat, we pretty much are taking his invoice and.
So is that in here anywhere? Is that
That-
fee addressed?
So that was set by.
I don't.
Survey and engineering review is actual cost, so we're not proposing to make a change. So that's why it's not on the resolution. I believe that's just set in the regulations. I may need to go.
Be on resolutions. I mean, the actual cost, just so you know it's there.
We will be publishing in our office a fee schedule, and it will be the comprehensive list. So the resolution is not necessarily the comprehensive list because some things are already established elsewhere. And I may need to just reprint this to make sure. I'm sorry. I feel like mine is. I'm getting. I must have just edited it wrong, because now it just has vacation or flat, so. How would you prefer? How do you suggest I do this? Because it's just,
They have the number, they can go ahead and approve, with the motion, you can fix it and then you can bring it back to the document design.
and maybe it's just this right here that needs to be added. Apologize, I printed out the wrong. This is the section. That just needs to. Funny.
So I guess myself and Sam started down this road, I think, but this ought to be taken to the planning and zoning board just so they're aware of it, because maybe they don't need to vote on anything or approve anything, but we've been in quite a few messes here lately that everybody involved isn't involved. And the first questions that come about from raises might come to them, and if they have no idea about it, I might just run it by them at the next meeting and then we approve it or vote on it. We've created quite a few messes lately due to lack of transparency, I guess. If this went to your board, then they would be more aware of the fucking comment that they might receive.
I'm happy to take it to them, and I actually have emailed them about it as well. I did email them, but it was more Hayley working on this. It was listed on our website. They did not formally ask them to say that.
Continue to dig holes for us.
Well, I got a couple questions. So one, Clayton. On an administrative written regulation interpretation fee, we've had a couple times where applicants come before the board because they didn't agree with a decision or something and requested a formal through this board. Do they get charged the $40 an hour also? Do we administer that $40 an hour?
I think it's probably Hayley in terms of logistics.
There's
So,
that would be appeal.
I don't read it as, I think it's.
So the appeal process would be exempt from that
Yeah,
fee.
I would read, the way I read that is that it's the administrator's time. Because the vast majority of these opinions are going to be done in less than an hour. It's something that's really complicated. That's probably the only times that it's gonna include more.
And Hayley, are you prepared for the battle? Because the first words out of anybody's mouth is gonna be, well, I pay taxes, so I already pay your salary. So why are you charging me another $40? So are you prepared for those battles at your office?
I have been processing the ones that take substantial amount of time as a FOIA request. Because it really is time consuming. Some of these things are multiple days. And to me, I also think this is taking away from other people's projects by doing this research for one particular landowner. So I think that's why we were proposing the first hour to be free. Because then it's, at least we are able to help people. We're able to help people the best that we can. And if someone's applying for a building permit and there are things that come up, we really, that's embedded in the building permit process. But there is a regulation that is, someone can ask us for a written regulation interpretation. If something comes up, they can ask us for that. So this is trying to help us with that. And we try to work with everybody in our office, but there have been people that say, please charge me. I understand this is going above and beyond.
What's an example? That nature. You've just dealt with.
Without getting extremely specific and revealing what could be a property owner's desire to do things with the property.
Yes, a lot of times it goes back to researching previous permits that were issued and current compliance. And this could be going back several years and reviewing commissioner meeting minutes, agendas, planning and zoning, resolutions. It can be substantial amount of time, and typically it's coordinating with Clayton to any of this communication. I run it by Clayton also to make sure that I am,
Oh, yeah, what if you've missed something in there?
yes,
and give
yes. So I
advice
am
that's-
trying to really work through the process with Clayton as well. And I think you guys are aware too. I went to court maybe a month or so ago about a permit in the county. So I feel like it's more these certain types of situations that people may be asking questions right now, and it may not be an issue for 5 years. So just trying to really make sure that we are looking into the details of these things. But some of these things are extremely time consuming.
Just wondering your research, if you open up a liability standpoint from our side, if you're researching things that.
We grant her that power to do that through our regulations. We grant her the power to interpret, and then they have the option to put a formal request in.
But if she's gone back and researched something that steps over, I don't know, to the assessor's office or something that's changed, she makes a stance that she just had accidentally missed something that superseded that.
That's why we got Clayton.
Well, and can I just chime in here for just a second, Mr. Chairman? So, and this was part of a conversation that Hayley and I had the other day. When it comes to these types of situations, when we're thinking about quote unquote liability, I would suggest don't think of it as dollars out the door. Like, a person can't necessarily sue the county because of something Hayley says that they rely on. The procedure of how that could go would be, for discussion's sake, somebody comes in and says, hey, can I apply for and get this? She then makes a written interpretation, gives them the written interpretation that says, yeah, you can do this, or this is allowed under our regulations. So then they file a permit, relying on what she said in that circumstance. They get the permit, it rises through the ranks, it gets denied, that person's upset about it, they ask for judicial review, the court comes back and says, it turns out that Hayley was wrong, so on and so forth. All that does is it includes a directive from the district court saying the county or the agency in this circumstance needs to do the following. So there's not any dollars out the door that are occurring in that situation. There's not a space for damages. So there's not really any risk to the county, and to Commissioner White's point, the regulations specifically address this idea of getting an interpretation. I, again, had a moment this week where I was wanting to pull my hair out about some language in the regulations that have been constant consternation for many years of some of the lack of specificity. And so it makes sense that there would be people coming to Hayley in those circumstances. I can't speak for Hayley, but the reality is at the end of the day, with or without the administrative fee of $40 an hour on it, these are still things that she's going to have to do.
Nope, I understand.
Commissioner Bradley would like this taken back to planning and zoning. Anyone else want to offer direction?
I'm good either way. I
Okay.
think ultimately we'll be the ones beat on, so
Okay,
which
Commissioner
is our
Vickrey.
job.
Yeah, well, the way I got it figured, you start from the big guy and work your way down to the little guy when you're getting beat up on. So I'm gonna start with Sam. So once they get through him,
Okay,
you
they'll be
know,
tired.
we should
They'll
be
be
okay.
tired.
Yeah. Commissioner Stevens?
So
Yeah.
Okay.
Be like zoning.
Okay, we're good here.
yes,
move
but I
forward.
think, I think until Haley's made a tactical error, we go with what her recommendation here is. How
Ooh, the
does that sound?
pressure's on now. Okay, great.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution number 26-10052B, the adoption of the new planning and zoning fees with added in there the vacations of plat, simple and not approved as a new subdivision or changing lot configuration or roadway location. Proposed fee is $100.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed.
You got the resolution with the number on it for signature.
I did because the one in the copy is just the draft doesn't match with that vacation. I need to have it.
So you'll have a copy for us to sign.
The next three resolutions, these are just applications, CC Johnson zone change, the Union Wireless resolution for the tower, and then the Double J Ranch zone change. So any zone district change or CUP, this does require a resolution in order to amend the zoning district map.
So why are the resolutions are so long coming forward? Some of these we approved months ago. What's the process once we approve?
So the tower and the CC Johnson, those just happened. But this is the first time I've been doing these resolutions, and I really was planning on coming to you with more today. But we've noticed that some of the resolutions in the past, it's just taken me a little bit of time to figure out what resolutions have actually been signed or not, because there are certain properties in the county that are not properly reflected on the GIS.
This will be a good case right here. We've approved several of these things over the years and I've never seen a resolution. I shouldn't say never.
We always,
don't have a resolution to follow.
well, we've signed the resolution usually afterwards, but we didn't vote on it again.
I'm just wondering if they all have resolutions on file or that'd be something you
Believe me,
miss.
this is something we are trying to look into.
I'm sure all of them don't.
Yeah, I
I
guarantee
don't
they
think
don't.
they do, and that's why it took me a while, because I wanted to get a bigger list of ones that needed to come to you, but I actually found there were some resolutions that, and if this process is not the best process, if it doesn't need to come before you in a meeting, I am happy to do this however it needs to be, but I personally feel like having it in the minutes is a good way to document that the resolution actually happened, because there are some resolutions that are not documented in minutes. So now it's going back and searching resolutions because the approval of them is not in minutes anywhere. Thank you. So I'm just trying to formalize a process of how to present these to you. And even in the future, I'd be happy to have a resolution at the same time as the application is being presented to you, but I don't want it to appear that it's preconceived approval by having it in the application packet.
Yeah, I think the delay
You
is
know?
probably the idea. It just seems the delay is longer on some of these.
It is.
Chairman, Commissioner Bentley, we could, it makes it more simple. We could get the next number in line for a resolution and just put that it's a draft. And if it's approved at the meeting, we could have to sign it at the same time.
I don't know that timing's an issue. I just think it was different and I just wanted to.
That's probably why Hayley struggled to find resolutions on quite a few
Yeah,
things.
I would bet.
It has been different. Some resolutions are documented in minutes and some are not.
So would you create a log of the resolution numbers and assign them as they go out, and then
It would be easy if we knew that the board was thinking about approving some. I give her the next number in line and then didn't ask, we could do it.
I think it's better to wait and do like you're doing. I just see that. You know, see.
And I actually had these resolutions prepared at the previous meeting and I just was like, let's just wait and have any resolutions together. Mhm.
Six.
So we won't do it ahead of time. She'll get it ready and then at the next meeting, you'll be prepared to see that. If approved.
And feel like Doug, I'm just talking, I guess.
Well, even if it needs to be something that's like not me presenting it, if it's just a resolution.
Yep.
Or
we had him
we
do
could
a
have
couple
a,
things.
we could have a stack of resolutions like this, sign them all, and then you could pick one, whichever one you would like to go along with the application. Be taken care of that way.
So however you would like to proceed with those three.
Approved all in one
Yes, if you
list.
want to just do them all together.
Do you want me to get it back?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 26-100526B. Request from Casey Sybil Johnson requesting a zone change of 5 acres from A1 to RR5. Also resolution number 26-100527B. A resolution adopting an application by Union requesting a conditional use and variance for a 120-foot tower. And resolution number 26-100528B, a resolution request by Double J Family Ranch to reclassify 3 acres from A1 to RR. These resolutions have all been discussed and approved in a prior minute or meeting through the planning and zoning process.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
And then last on the agenda is just an update about the comprehensive plan update and the regulations. And we, Chairman Bernard and Janess and I and Christy had a meeting with the Wyoming Business Council a week or so ago. And one thing that came up in that discussion was the revenue. And actually, Janess had brought this up. It was almost around the same time as that meeting. The revenue recapture plan from the environmental project, and that there are funds available with that could be applied for this comp plan and regulation update. And we were talking about the budget. Yeah, Clerk Maurice brought this up, so that's how this whole thing came up too.
I believe the the conversation, Chairman, and Commissioners, when Hayley and I met for the planning and zoning budget meeting. The MRG grant match, the 149,000, something like that, came up, and I wasn't sure where I needed to put that within the budget, and we decided we needed to ask the board. Because I think we had discussed using that for the comprehensive plan. So then Hayley and Chairman Bernard had the meeting about the what was this? It was the comprehensive plan, and we decided there's other funds also sitting there. So we went down a rabbit hole. We have the grant match, the MRG grant match for the comprehensive plan, but there's also these funds available. But long story short, we were wondering where we should put the 149,000 for the MRG grant match in the fiscal year 27 budget. The first piece of that question.
Was that awarded?
That will not be presented to the SLIB board until June 15th.
Thoughts? So it's pretty, it's pretty much a, it is pretty much a restricted reserve then, correct?
Mhm.
That grant,
Environmental funds is.
the funds that we're talking about, the environmental, that there, a copy of how much was in that account still. I think I put it in the commissioner's packet.
759,375.
Available. But the question is, where are we gonna put our expenditure? And we could put it in a general account called comprehensive plan. Since we're expecting we're going to need to spend that.
We already have a category just designated then.
No, creating a new general account. It would be.
We have any accounts that would be comparable for a collective bucket for the different departments that could be utilized rather than create a new one?
Do you remember any past account? Or that, have we worked on a comprehensive plan before? No. I think it would be cleaner probably to create a new one.
Had to ask. So good. Okay. Let's do that.
So we'll go ahead and create a general account called comprehensive plan, and we'll budget the 149,000 in there. I guess if you guys wanted to discuss that, using this as well.
Would we be able to utilize this and still remain in the running for the grant? And if the grant came through, we could,
I believe so. This funding has already been, the county has already received this. We're just holding this.
yes, the 759, but I'm talking about the grant. Is that a financial needs based or?
We had to indicate with that grant application with the resolution that the county was willing to contribute 50% to the project. So we have done that with the resolution.
Good enough. Great.
And the only two restrictions on this, right, the way I'm reading it.
Thank you,
If
Jess.
I'm wrong, Janess. Says up to 50% economic development, commission operation and maintenance salary, etc. Sublette County understands that no more than 50% of these funds can be expended on these expenses. And then the second requirement under this funding is any remaining funds will be utilized for public infrastructure improvements that will encourage economic development, matching funds for future grants and economic development studies and plans, right? That's the only two restrictions that we have on that 750, right?
We asked him specifically, and he said the comprehensive plan and the planning and zoning regulations associated with that would be part of what's offered. Direct question that pretty much that clear. Could I have a verbal affirmative or rather
Mr.
than,
Chairman, yes, I heard the
Great.
same thing you heard.
well, what we're having is a public discussion and they couldn't hear your head. Sorry.
Oh, I'm good
So
with it.
ultimately, the business council has to weigh in on how we spend this money. Looking at this, I'd question if it could be used for that, but I guess if he weighs in that it can.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, he definitely said planning is part of.
Would that fall under the up to 50% of it? Could be
No,
spent?
it'd fall under the second bullet
It would
point where
fall
it
under-
says,
100% covered.
Infrastructure improvement.
and plans at the very last word in that sentence, right?
Mr. Chairman, he did say he would be
That's the
happy
one that-
to meet either virtually or in a public meeting to discuss it.
Would you like him to attend a future meeting?
Oh, I got it.
Okay, good enough. So then,
So if this type of funding could be used on this road grant that we just agreed that we could possibly.
If there is an economic development component to that infrastructure is the way I understand it.
Public infrastructure.
It could.
Guess we can cross that bridge when the day comes.
okay, so the question at hand now is the utilization, or if there is a want of utilization for these funds going towards a comprehensive plan. And if we choose to do that, if the grant is granted, then that 50% we could put back into this account for reimbursement. That'd be correct?
So I don't understand what you're asking, Mr. Chairman. Are you asking that we go ahead and start the project? And if we do get the grant, we allocate funds back into this? Or are you asking that we set aside some money out of this account that should we get to the grant, we decide to move forward at that point?
I guess the question is, do we necessarily need to wait for the grant to start movement forward? If we have money available, pardon?
In my mind, we probably do,
Why?
because if we start it without the grant, they're gonna assume we can put the bill on it and we'll probably.
I just had that conversation with,
And depending on the grant, I mean, there's several of them that the government grants, but personal grants, if you start a project prior to approval from the grant company, you're out, no reimbursement.
correct, please.
I think we should take caution with starting the project prior to receiving any grant funding, assuming that we're going to get we will not get reimbursed for any work that's done prior to award of the grant. We're already working on the project right now. We're having the workshop Thursday. We've been working on the scope of work. So we are doing things that are helping us move forward, but we're not expecting reimbursement at this point. So I just think we should be cautious of spending any money before the award, but we can continue to work on it.
Okay. Great. Then we'll revisit this after the award's been given. Great, thank you.
Thank you. And the workshop is Thursday evening, so thank you all for your time to read through materials. I know there's a lot to go through. I think it'll be hopefully a really productive workshop with everyone and trying to figure out our forward with this project.
Great. Thanks for the invitation, putting it together. Up next, County Attorney Clayton Melinkovich. Thank you, Hayley.
So a few resolutions to cover to just get to where you're at. So. We want to repeat that one? To back up, and this is one where you had a resolution that established fees for public record requests. I believe this one was in the packet. In discussing this with Hayley and with Jessica with Clerk Rice, and in review of some other legal questions that had come up, I had a chance to dive into fees a little more thoroughly. When we reviewed the one and approved it before, that was based on a template that other counties had been using. We followed that one. But in that, like I say, that further research, it appears that there's some more restrictions on fees. And so I've gone through and updated that and worked with Clerk Rice on this. And so this is the proposed updated fee schedule. If anybody has questions on this. And this is fees for public records. So for example, if somebody came in and wanted to do a public records request and wanted Jessica's office to print off 100 pages of paper, then this addresses the fee for each page. Questions on this one?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 26-100525B, resolution establishing a fee schedule for public records requests made pursuant to Wyoming statute 16-4-201. All subsections under that statute.
Second that.
Have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. And that's Commissioner Vickrey for a signature, please.
Blue.
Just don't like.
Putting a lot of conditions on you there.
And the other one is the next one coming up is the resolution that is for salaries for elected officials. And reviewed it from last time. This is, or I guess 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago? I can't remember. But this is the resolution that was that discussion. And so they'll print up another one, or it will be printed. I don't know what else we got some jumpers in.
You really, they don't have the white dot thing for rendezvous, but I'll get it. It's in your package.
Did you print the sales tax ones?
So do we want to approve this resolution right now?
For the special event.
No, the salaries for the elected officials.
So why don't we discuss this next one? While they're coming down, while somebody comes in. Just to recap. You guys have questions that want to go into further depth. We can always have more conversations in depth on this from a legal perspective if you all want to. As a recap, this board reviewed the question of placing a question for the sales tax proposition under Title 39 on the ballot. This board decided against that and gave not necessarily direction, but essentially said, hey, if folks in the county want this and they come up with signatures, then so be it. The way that the statute essentially operates is that once those signatures arrive, and Title 39 is very, very limited on guidance on some of these things, but Title 39 directs that the folks that sign must be qualified electors. At this point, this has received a petition that contains 249 qualified signatures or signatures from qualified electors for the purposes of placing the question on the ballot as follows. Shall the county of Sublette, state of Wyoming, be authorized to impose a general tax of 1% upon retail sales of tangible personal property admission and services made within the county for general revenue purposes for a period of 4 years? And of course, has the language as required in statute for the county sales tax, sales and use tax, and against the county sales and use tax. So that's the question that was proposed in the petition. Clerk Rice's office has reviewed. They have the necessary signatures. The statute requires that once that occurs, the election is to be paid for and taken care of by the county. So this resolution, I believe this is also in their packets, or was it in their packet last time?
Or it wouldn't know.
Okay. It essentially just lays out the legal background and then notes and then has, for all intents and purposes, directs Clerk Rice to include that language on the ballots. Then there's a way to trace back for her authority to put it on the ballot. Any questions?
Yes, if I may, I thought last time that they did not have enough signatures but you were checking with the Secretary of State in regards to something appeared wrong at the last meeting in this regard.
There were not sufficient signatures at that point to have that conversation. And so they have then.
Then the question was, can it be recirculated out to the public for additional signatures? Is that a transplant? Okay, and so I'm trying to get the rest of the story.
The rest of the story is that they have now come forward with the 249, and there are 249 qualified signatures.
Okay.
And under Title 39, in conjunction with the language in Title 22, I have reached out to
Secretary Gray.
Well, I've reached out to both the Attorney General's office, had conversations there, and with the Secretary of State's office, and they have not provided additional guidance. So it appears, and Jessica has a written opinion from me on this topic. That's why she brought it. She's essentially bringing this to you. For all intents and purposes, the clerk is now telling you, you have 249 qualified signatures.
And then I do have to ask, it did meet the cutoff date and everything was in order.
So again, that's part of the issue with the lack of guidance in Title 39. There is no specific cutoff date.
Okay, thank you.
But
These were all questions that were asked at last meeting and I never had any feedback on it. So I'm curious is why I'm asking.
Yeah, sorry. And so she has the written legal opinion for me, and I'm sure if you would like to see it, she's more than happy to share that with you.
I'm good. So at this point in time, it is an active item that can go on the ballot. We have a motion to accept it and sign it.
So the statute, yes. So the statute, and it's a little bit wonky because the statute essentially dictates or directs the commissioners to place it on the ballot. And so this is the resolution by which that would occur.
Great, thank you. Are there questions from the board to County Attorney Melinkovich?
No, will it be on the primary? Is that where it's gonna show up at?
On the primary ballot on the 18th, yes.
Yeah.
It will be on the primary.
Oh,
And
sorry.
the only thing, oh no, you're fine. The only thing that we am doing differently because we received it after I'd already advertised the proclamation, the primary proclamation in the newspaper, is I'm going to advertise the proclamation once more with this in it. So that's the only thing that's changed. But it will be on the primary.
So I have a question. So you got the 249 signatures, which is fine. Originally you didn't have, you had to throw some out, and so they brought some more back in. Are those names available, folks that signed off on that?
Yes.
Could they be?
They are available if someone wanted to put in a public records request. Yes,
It's gonna cost you if you use
it's
it.
gonna cost you about less than it
10
used
cents a
to.
sheet.
But it won't be too bad.
It's 249 pages.
Yeah.
I hope not. Unless you double, triple space them.
print a bunch of those.
Thank you.
Have any other questions?
I have one for Clayton, but I'm gonna wait till one.
It's an hour and a half lunch, by the way.
The answer.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 26-100B30. Excuse me, 26-1000530B. Resolution directing clerk to place taxation proposition on ballot pursuant to Wyoming statute 39-15-201 and its subsection.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? I do need to apologize to some people because I presumed incorrectly that because we didn't have the necessary signatures to sit and had no correction after the fact, that this would not be on the ballot. So I just want to make it clear that people are aware that I didn't have sufficient information. I have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
Okay, next up is that full-size print of the resolution regarding elected official salaries for the 4-year term commencing January 6th of 2027.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve resolution 26-1000524B. Resolution is establishing the salaries for elected officials of Sublette County, Wyoming for the 4-year term commencing January 6th, 2027.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You're doing a good job down there, Commissioner.
This.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next up is a special event application regarding the Rendezvous vendor fair. This is something that I haven't noticed in the past. I don't recall seeing in this budget is a request required application through the Department of Transportation for use of the highway right away. And so this would block off parking in front of the courthouse lawn. So this is just a request by the Buffalo Jump. It requires signature if approved by the county.
Commissioner White was complaining. He's getting too many of these.
You got the
Oh, have to make a motion.
So. Make a motion to approve special event application for Green River Rendezvous Vendor Fair. July 8th. You say 8th through just one day on here?
It says 9th on this application.
But this one says for July 8th. Oh, 8th to the 12th. There we go.
No, it's just.
Good on it. We have a motion. Is there a second?
So
Motion.
second with the discussion. So Mac, you're just, you're moving to allow the chairman to sign the special event application back to the DOT for Green River Rendezvous Vendor Fair, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm good.
Allow vendors to safely set up and remove booths associated with the event.
Have a motion, have a second. Any further conversation?
No, I just wanted to, Mr. Chairman, just wanted to make sure it's not us approving the application. It's us approving the application to get sent to the DOT.
Great question. Thank you. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
Okay, and then up next is a follow-up from the executive session you had last meeting. This is under 16.4.405A Romanet 9 for personnel file purposes.
Motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move into executive session for the statute that our attorney gave to us.
Motion second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Moving into executive session. We're now back in regular session. And following action.
Mr. Chairman, I move to direct Clerk Rice and Andrea, our HRs, to put the salaries for our direct reports into the budget for approval during the budget process.
Second that.
I have a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. It is 10:12. We have an hour and a half lunch.
We should be able to eat easily in an hour and a half.
We'll take a break for lunch and come back at 1:30. Thank you.
What about denying people?
Okay, everyone, thank you. Welcome back from lunch and a couple items left. Wanted to update the board on a Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor local working group that I've been participating in, and I've passed out to the commissioners the different topics that are being considered as far as recommendations to go forward to the governor. I think we've had 4 meetings, and the majority of the meetings are to, I guess, deemed educational, where we have Game and Fish and the BLM and different individuals talk about the history of the antelope migration corridor from Jackson down to I-80 and trying to identify what is it that we collectively want to do in regard to it. And the problem that comes in is that on one end of the scope, we have Teton County, who does, they do receive a small number of antelope, and then all the way down through Sublette County, which has the larger migration route into Lincoln and portions of Sweetwater. And it's when we have so many different players involved, how do you come up with a method to satisfy the different county needs. Because ours are different. And that's what we focus on. From my perspective, Teton County has very limited migration corridor. And then down as we get into Lincoln and Sweetwater County, their concern is future development, economic development, in regards to the competitive nature of having to put in with a migration corridor. And the information that I passed out are the different key components that are being considered to be presented to the governor, who can accept, edit, reject, or deny all of it. So it's just coming up with different collective thoughts on how it's put together. Is it designated? Is it just recognized? Is it, how do we treat it today so it will be in effect 20, 30, 40 years from now? Or do we not do anything and it may or may not be in existence decades down the road? Pure West has been represented by Jasmine, who's a wealth of knowledge. The different county commissioners have all of their individual thoughts as they pertain to their county in relation to the importance of the migration corridor. And so what I passed out today is it shows pretty much what is being discussed as far as talk passed to the Governor Gordon. And I was hoping that I had, I'm sorry. I was hoping to have the updated version from our last meeting, but it has not been released at this point in time. And a number of these items will be combined because they're repetitive in some areas. And one of the key components that was brought up at the last meeting is the viability of having the different planning and zoning department heads get together and identify what's important from their aspect. They've looked at the economic benefits or drawbacks to the corridor.
What's an economic benefit?
It's a great question. The only economic benefit that came forward was not a benefit, but a drawback in regards to development in the Lincoln and Sweetwater County. But when it comes to the development of the Antelope corridor, other than maybe a tourist attraction, there's nothing. And then one of the things that they're working hard to identify are the bottlenecks, where during the migration, they have the Antelope have the largest problems crossing highly traveled roads. And it points out the overhead path that we have at Trappers Point and out towards the Daniel Fish Hatchery. And they've talked about with no determination which way to go as far as how do we address or how do we truly create areas that no longer have a bottleneck. We've talked about a number of issues, but resolving any item there haven't been any solutions. We have a working group of 11 people, and of course, 11 people all have their individual ideas, all have different counties that they represent, and coming up with a collective mindset of what's agreeable is a challenge. So Matt came forward and spoke with me in regards to, so I'll back up. The corridor, what we're talking about basically is what our county can control. And that's the small parcels of private land where there's housing developments. But when it comes to the large ranches or passage through a ranch, multiple acres, it's up to the individual property owners if and how much they want to participate. There's nothing that mandates or forces them other than saying, this is what we're looking at, and it comes through your property, and these are the kind of the things that we're working towards. And we would appreciate your interest and your help in putting up the antelope fencing, which is basically raising the lower strand, keeping barbed wire off of. One of the things that was talked about was when or if the property of the ranch, Commissioner Vickrey decides that he wants to sell a portion of his ranch for future development, and the migration route comes through his property, to what extent does that migration route have in regards to the development of the property comparable to the acreage that was next to you last year on the 40 rod? And I think people are leaning towards that an individual county planning and zoning item that's to be addressed locally, but that decision hasn't been made because it's coming up with agreements on what, if anything, needs to be done. So we've had a number of meetings. There's been a number of recommendations, but essentially there has not been any group that has stood up and said, this is what we expect to see at the end of it, other than we're addressing the bottlenecks. We want to make certain that there are game-friendly fencing, perhaps lay down fences that people do not build within the corridor itself. And that's pretty much the impetus of it. And so if you'd like to read this at some point in time and give me a holler, great. We have a meeting coming up the end of the month. I'd have to look at the calendar to see 29th maybe, which will be out here at the Weed and Pest. It's where the last meeting was. And again, there's no other place to have it. And you're welcome to attend or not. So what they're working on basically is, do we designate, do we recognize it, do we leave it alone? Do we protect it so that the development doesn't occur there and that it's the same 30, 40 years from now? These are,
Who's sending this committee you're on is gonna send a recommendation?
that is correct, correct.
And he's gonna decide sometime between now and September.
If then,
What his executive order is,
pardon me?
what his executive order for the Antelope Migration Corridor will be.
Correct. He had one earlier this year that he set aside and didn't do anything in regards to adopting anything, and he's come back up with another committee. And the bottom line is, we don't know it. We can make any and all recommendations. It'll be up to the governor what he adopts or not.
So I can jump in and give you some of my thoughts on this, Lynn, if
Yes,
you don't
please,
mind.
would you?
Yep. So when it comes to the migration corridors and private property in Sublette County, I'm a firm believer that all private property regulation should be done at this table, where at least the people in our county have the opportunity and the choice of electing us 5 members sitting on this board that are deeming what they can and can't do on their property. I don't like that we potentially are advocating for the game and fish to take the corridor and be able to dictate what happens on private property. I think that should all be here, and I think the private property owners in Sublette County should have the opportunity to, if they don't like it, they can change us out every election cycle. I think game and fish, when it comes to the corridor, should have a seat at the table, which they already do. But ultimately, I think the choice of what happens on the property from the people that put us into this office should be decided at this table. And so I'm definitely against some of your comments or recommendations for it. Just because of that, I don't think you should put it on a state agency that doesn't have to be elected, doesn't have to go through the same process that we have to go to, but gets to dictate what Doug does with his ranch in the future, or Doug's children in the future. That's my thoughts.
No, and they're well said. And I also brought up that we need to bring in the local planning and zoning to address the issues. And
But even the local planning and zoning only operates under our statute of authority that we grant them, right? And we
exactly.
grant them and put them in the direction. And like I said, at least there's still an opportunity for private landowners to make a change with what's going on by changing us out. We start pushing that off, we give the game and fish the authority to dictate what a rancher can do with his what's next, where's the next steps come from, right? And even I see some of our federal partners already here, but either the same way there, right? I think it's the same thing. You know, they're supposed to take care of their land. We're supposed to take care of our land, checks and balances. Makes us have to go through the election cycle to do that.
Correct. But something that has to be kept in mind, and I don't disagree with you, and this is a point of discussion that's continuing. And I'll back up, and I have told everyone that I'm only one person of a 5-commissioner board. And everything is discussed about, and that's who ultimately should end up making the decisions. 100% agree. At the same time, we can't, in my mind, can't allow the antelope migration route to be removed. You know, there have to be steps in place to protect that.
Yeah, so we should be making those steps, not trying to give that power over to the game and fish and saying, hey, look, we don't want to do what our constituents hired us to do, so you just do it so I can hide behind your banner. You know, I think we need to stand up. If we want to do something on the private land, we do it, and we face the consequences of the people who put us in.
100% agree. And one of the things that has occurred since I've been here is there's been several of the items that come forward in the game and fish says we have no problem with having this reduced in size or not having game-free friendly fencing, pick a topic. And because of that, the applicant hangs their hat on it and says, game and fish says we can do it. And that's not correct. It's up to us. I 100% agree with that, Sam.
Doesn't matter what the game and fish says. It matters what is decided for that person or that applicant at this table.
That's what I just said.
But you just said there several times that it didn't happen, and I want to know.
That, yes. What I said was when the game and fish came forward and reduced the size of the corridor, and the applicant said, game and fish has okayed reducing that size of the corridor, we went along with it without fully debating the impact it would have on that corridor.
So I still don't understand. Okay, so this commission went along with it because the applicant said, well, game and fish is okay with it.
That's
and
why
didn't do our jobs.
That's
shame
what I
on
perceived
us.
it to be. Yes.
Well, shame on us, and that's we have to, stand before the voters every time we get elected if we're making those decisions.
100% agree.
But at the end of the day, I don't know what stopped that subdivision, but I think one of the things was the sage grouse corridor. All we need is one more goddamn corridor around this county to skirt around. It gets too expensive to do anything when you have this many blankets.
Well, I understand what you said, but I disagree because if we don't protect the Antelope corridor, what happens when we don't have the Antelope anymore because of that?
Drive over to the other side of the mountain and look at them. Hell, they got sheep fences, they got no migration, and they're thriving.
Yeah.
You just go over there and look at them. They come over here and look at the grizzly bears. We'll go there and look at the antelope.
So anyway, that's what's going on. Commissioner Vickrey?
Well, I don't know whether I can get into the middle of this very, very easily or not. So since I've been around, what used to be a major migration route for the antelope was right up here where we now have a BLM office, we have a highway department, we have all sorts of stuff, a school system, a subdivision or two, golf course, et cetera, below. I can remember years back, somebody here probably can too, when you started out of Pinedale in September, you better get ready to stop because there might be 200 or 300 antelope at a pop start coming down, and the same thing happened in the spring going back. That's just the way it was, and was the corridor for that bunch then. And so I see if we give them an opportunity, wildlife can adapt to us. We don't have to adapt to them. I've watched it over time. Case in point, there used to be a time when, before the high game fences were out there by Daniel coming into town, when it could be designated slaughter alley because of the deer that were migrating through there. Happened in the spring and happened in the fall. Sometimes you'd see there by the hatchery turnoff where a semi had come through there might be 10 or 15 or 20 dead deer, just like bowling pins. And there was some signage at that point in time put up there up the core hill that helped a little bit, but people have a tendency to not pay attention to a sign. That's just the human nature, I guess. And so the idea of the big fences, and I'm getting where I'm going here, just bear with me for a minute. So the idea of the big fences showed up, and I said to myself, that isn't going to work. Well, guess what? It did work. And so what it has done with the fences and the underpasses, at least in my part of the world, it allowed both deer and antelope an opportunity to get across that highway without being exposed to all the traffic that we see. It changed the migration pattern a little bit of the deer. They used to come right through my yard. Now they come above my house a ways. But this year I probably counted that I saw, I wouldn't have seen them all, somewhere 300 to 400 deer that come across there in bunches of 5, 10, maybe 20, 25 or 30. And so that was the corridor that was used then. And it still is today. And so we have changed that a little bit by putting in those fences. But it still allows, in this case, the deer to have a safe trip for the most part over to the basin, and wherever they go from there, I don't know. Now, the antelope corridor is a whole different deal. I just explained this one here. When I first moved up in here from Big Piney, I came from Big Piney, in case people didn't know. I'll live up to that. In 1966, on my wife's ranch, and I never saw an antelope that side of the river. Just wasn't any. Didn't think much about it. And so somewhere along in the 70s, I'm going to say 71, 2 or 3, started seeing a few antelope show up. And I don't know where they were coming from, quite honestly, but it wasn't long before what we called and designate the Wilson Place, which is a big hay meadow right across the Green River on the west side of the road. That thing would be full of antelope. I mean, a lot of antelope. So somewhere along the line, those antelope had changed their pattern to move that direction rather than wherever they were coming from or wherever they were going. And so my best guess is some development or some activity when they used to go more towards Fremont brought them back this direction. And today, because we had a couple of really tough winters, we don't see the antelope like we used to have. There used to also be, you could go across 40 rod. I think there must have been two entirely different bunches of antelope, because going across 40 rod, there could be on that hill, this Thompson's Hill, what's designated that. There might be 400, 500, 600 of those suckers setting up there on their way up the Green River. So that was their corridor then. So the corridors change, I believe, according to the infringement of the species we call the human race, in however we do it. And I don't know whether we're building too much here or there. I don't have the answer to that. All I do know is that it changes. And it seems to me, at least locally, it changes because of the infrastructure that's being put up. And how do we address that? I really don't know. If I do, I'd say so. I'd write a book and make $1 million on it. But the fact still remains, wildlife will figure out how to go where they've got to go if we as humans will just leave them alone. We can build a house here and a house there. We can drill a rig here and there. They're still going to get around it. The fact remains, the human population has to leave them alone and let them go do their thing, period, in my opinion. So the corridors, or whatever they are, I don't know who designates them, because I've lived through several different corridors, explaining some of which I've just seen. And I didn't know that's what they were called. I just thought that's where they went, the wildlife. And so every year we're going to see still a few antelope show up out here, but not very many. They have quite a time getting 2 or 3 at a time across that highway now. In the fall of the year, they'll come right through my yard. The deer will, antelope won't. We just don't have many antelope. Got a lot of deer, or quite a few deer. And they'll stop over there. I noticed there's stopover areas. They'll stop over there, and as they do in the spring of the year, they'll park for a bit, and then pretty soon they're gone. You know, they just left. Same thing in the fall of the year when they come out of the mountains, wherever they come from. They'll stop along the Green River in different places, and that's just how it works. So I know there's some things in here that are probably okay, but every time I see something says we're going to establish a policy or we're going to study, I think the policy's already been established. Let's let them be. And as far as conducting studies, sometimes, yeah, that's okay, but wildlife have a tendency to be studied to death, and pretty soon we haven't got anything left to study, and we still don't know what the answer is. And, we talk about, I've looked at improved fence crossings during times of deep snow. Well, that wasn't an issue this year, obviously. But you don't improve fencing in deep snow, you just let it down. That's the best way to improve it. And if you can figure out where wildlife's traveling, that's where you go let it down. But the issues with that is it's easy to say it, but somebody's got to do it, like all these projects. And the first time out, everybody's gung-ho, and then all of a sudden you look around and say, I wonder where the people are to help me put it back up. They're not there. Same thing 2 or 3 years down the road, and those fences are trashed for whatever reason. Now you have to replace them, and normally if it's in the private sector, you're going to be strapped doing that. Most of us, at least I'll speak for myself and hopefully part of my my ag folks that, you know, if we didn't take care of the wildlife, they'd be in a hell of a shape, quite frankly. And so we do that to the best of our ability. We don't study it. We don't do things that, we got to try this and see if it works, because we know it works as a rule. And so I think the private sector needs to be in a position to call their own shots, because I think they'll do a better job than those who study it too much. I do know that there needs to be some direction, I think, on some development that we see, but it can't be so constrictive that you can't allow a private landowner to do what he'd like to do with his property. But most folks who have private land are reasonable enough to sit down and discuss things. Fencing, for instance. They've been here long enough, probably, that they understand the situation with wildlife. And so when I look at all the recommendations, there are some here probably that will work okay. But how do you establish a policy that will review the success of fencing? I don't know. I know a fence that's up works, one that's down doesn't, as a rule. It's that way in my business anyway. And then you establish funding to private landowners to install wildlife fencing. Establishing funding for something like that gets to be a little bit iffy, because if somebody's going to pay for my fence, I'm going to want to put it where I want to put it. And I'm not going to do a study for 2 or 3 years to determine if the deer or the antelope can get through it there, because I know where they're going to go. So I know where I want that fence. So there's some issues with that in my mind. And the biggest one on the seasonal fence lay down, I think that has a lot of implications of what time of the season do we do it? Do we do it first snow, or do we do it after everything's went by and after they've went through and the last strugglers have got to get over the fence? I don't know those answers, but usually when you talk about laying fence down, it's not compatible with those of us who are in the ag business. Just isn't. And so those things need to be looked at, from my perspective at least, pretty thoroughly. And I haven't had a chance to read all of this, should have, but just didn't. You know, obviously the Forest Service, the BLM are huge players in this thing, because they're going to have the bulk of the land that the animals are going to live on in the winter and or in the summer. So they're going to be able to dictate what they'd like to do, and they're going to have to do that in correlation, I think, with the private folks who are associated with that corridor, wherever it's at. So that's kind of my take on it. I think there's some good stuff probably can come out of this, but with all of these things, people better pay attention and know certain where we're going with it, because sometimes you walk up to the end of a cliff and you didn't stop quick enough, and down you go. So this is this has some points to start, but I kind of agree with Commissioner White. You know, the Game and Fish has a lot of expertise, but sometimes the Game and Fish doesn't have everybody's. Well, I gotta be politically correct. The Game and Fish doesn't have everybody's best interest in mind sometimes. And so I would be very careful about having them be the ones that point the finger and make all the decisions, especially when it comes towards the private property portion of it. I'm done for a minute. Thank you for listening.
More? So my statement several times to the working group is Sublette County is guided and directed by a board of commissioners. And any results have to be decided by the Board of Commissioners. And that's the position that I've taken, although I've given different thoughts that I have pertaining to it. The bottom line is it's up to this board to implement and take care of what we have. And I've made that position known.
So question, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So on that, are we supposed to vote on each one of your recommendations and change them the way the board wants them to come, or?
No, I just go, what my function is that, to go back to the next meeting and say, county commissioners are in agreement that it's how this is addressed within our county is up to the county board of commissioners.
So you're gonna go back to it and say, look, we want private property rights to be addressed at the county commissioner table, not as another agency taking that responsibility, or?
That is correct. And everyone in the working group recognizes that private property cannot be dictated to by the results of anything. It's only volunteered by the private property owner. No one else can control that.
Except for the commissioners.
Except for the commissioners.
Fair.
And planning and zoning, of course, which reports to us.
That's fair.
Okay. Next. Are there any questions or comments from people online or here within the, yes, please.
I'd just like to say.
Please state your name.
Bob Dexter.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say that you can look at the Antelope corridor. You've got Bargerville, like Doug said, they adapt. They graze through there. So I live out on Vickrey. The deer, they survive on all my wife's trees, bushes. Okay, so the animals will adapt. And they it's nice they're looking at the mule deer and the antelope. But I've noticed my time here in South County, moose population is down significantly from 50 years ago. It's like north of the Daniel Fish Hatchery, they used to have a feed ground for the moose. Be 85 to 100 head of moose in there every winter. See that anymore. I think the animals will adapt this morning.
Thank you. Further comments online? Okay. Thank you. Up next, please, we have Fire Chief Shad Cooper, BLM, Forest Service.
Well, we need more chairs.
Have I missed anyone?
There you go. Good.
Well, oh, you got one.
Okay, let's start with a round of introductions, please. We'll start here.
Yeah, I'm Ross Derry with the U.S. Wildland Fire Service.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ben Smith, I'm the Assistant Field Manager for Resources down in Pinedale, Leland.
Good afternoon, I'm Dave Ritchie. I'm the acting field manager for BLM.
Turn that one on, please.
Yeah, we might have to new batteries in it.
Shad Cooper, Sublette County Fire Warden.
Good afternoon, Kerry Swain. I'm the District Ranger out of the Big Piney office for service.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time out of your schedule and come visit with us. The concern that we as a board or most of us on the board, and Sublette County has is the drought conditions that are prevalent today. And after experiencing what happened with Dollar Lake last year and watching several fires across the state this year, what the heck can we do? You know, we all work in partnership, hopefully in conjunction with each other. And what measures can we take proactively to offset the fire danger? We can go from one extreme to the other, shut everything down to fires, effective immediately, or do nothing. And then there's a huge span of thoughts and options that I'm sure that you have, because you're much more knowledgeable than I am. And Commissioner Vickrey, since you called this party together, please, if you'd be kind enough to do a little bit more explanation.
You know, generally speaking, I don't have an issue with talking, but I'm at the stage where, you know, it's just dry. You guys all know that. We got a little shower and it's not a big deal. Day after tomorrow with the wind blowing, it'll be right back where it was before the snowfall. You know, and I'm an advocate of let's do something before it occurs, which in my mind means let's put out some kind of a warning that says we're not going to do this and we're not going to do this. The open fire thing to me is huge this time of the year with the wind, especially wind every day that thing shows up. You know, case in point, I didn't think too much about it, and here a week ago, I was down right above the fish hatchery, scattering a little water, emphasize on a little, and a friend of mine went by with his pickup across the 40 rod there, and about the same time he crossed it, a big old puff. I thought it was his truck, but he went on up the hill and the smoke still stayed there. So there was a small fire got started there, and the wind blew it. The only reason it didn't burn down the part of the Daniel fish hatchery and the neighboring bore-offs, or it could have been also Pape's, could have been our field with our yearling steers in it, was because of the way the wind shifted and it ran out of fuel. If it had come back across for whatever reason, across the creek, which that creek's about the width of this table, it could still be burning. So my thought process said something like this, you know, maybe if there'd have been something out there that said, hey, no open campfires unless you're in a pit, something like that. I'm not an advocate of, if you go outside, be sure you don't take a match with you. I'm not one of those, but I think it's okay to put some sort of, I hate the term restrictions, but I'll use it, to where people get an idea if your neighbor's getting ready to burn a ditch or out there gonna cook a hamburger outside and no protection around it, maybe something out there that says his neighbor would say, hey, you can't do that right now because of the restrictions. And once again, I want to emphasize, I'm not saying restrictions to the point where you can't breathe, but a common sense approach to things in this country right now, because this whole country from one end to the other is as bad as it's been since I can remember. We've had what I call the tsunami. We've had no winter to speak of. Wind like you can't believe. We haven't had any moisture to speak of. And right now, there's places around this county I know, because I'm in part of it, that if a fire gets started, it's gone. There's nothing, it's just gone. It's just fuel on the ground. Old dead grass is high, tinder dry, it's gone. So in my mind, anything that could be done within reason to put some sort of a, here again, that darn word restriction out there that would help get the word out that says don't do this, but you can do this, I think for me, is an approach that I believe we should take. And it has to include all of you. I do understand that. It can't just be one size fits all. Everybody has to get together on this and come up with something, because right now the lower country is, in my mind, is in the worst danger, and the higher country will become that way. I haven't been out on the BLM, so I don't know what it's like, but it can't be very good out there either. I know the other day I was up Kendall looking at a pasture up there that we're going to move to. Hopefully we move to it. This time of the year, I should be able to have to dodge around the snowbanks and that. I went down that 2-track road and the dirt is blowing. That's how dry it is up there. That's unheard of for this time of the year. So it's just not down here, but it's up there adjacent to the forest also. So all I'm looking for is a direction that will put this whole community in a little bit of a safer mode by information or whatever is deemed necessary by this group as we go forward, because it's not going to be fun in the next couple of months if we don't get significant moisture. That I do know. So there you are. That's my.
Thank you, Commissioner Vickrey. So that's a summary of where we're at. And you've been kind enough to come and sit in front of us, and we'd really love to hear your thoughts and ideas and what options we may or may not have. And we know that you can't predict the future and you can't stop it, but we rely on you to help guide us through this, please. Anyone from the commission want to add?
Well, I guess my question, Shad, we went through this last year and explained it well. But it seems all three organizations are for with the state. Indices have to line up before anything can happen amongst all 4 areas. I think we're in that area locally, but not on the forest yet. I mean, I've been in Mighty Lake in the last few days, and you're not in a bind yet. But so how can we split the 4 agencies to where we still can have some effect over the BLM and the lower lands versus on the forest?
Anything? Okay. Yeah, everyone shares kind of the same concern, and what's our magic bullet here? No controlled burns. I would presume people can't burn their ditches out or burn piles. You know, to what extent do we address this, guys? And what are your thoughts, please?
I guess I can speak to the indices that we have right now and where our
Great.
field meisters are at across BLM lands, because so just to be clear, within this year, we've changed from fire being under BLM management, and a new agency has started within the DOI. That's Wildland Fire Service. So that's who I represent.
Okay, thank you.
Formerly, I was BLM. And to kind of paint the picture of that, the DOIs encompass BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, National Park Service, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Bureau of Reclamation Lands. And we're all under Wildland Fire Management will be under the U.S. Wildland Fire Service now. So that, geographically speaking, matches the Forest Service now. So we're in Region 2 for BLM and the lower country lands, and then the boundary for the forest, they're in Region 4. So different regions or geographic areas for fire management within the county. And then we're in the southern Wyoming response area, and that will be Mark Randall is the chief of that response area now. So similar structure, similar names and overhead, but we are a different agency. So you guys know that. As far as fuels right now, our fuel moistures in the sage, which is what we use to indicate our fire danger in BLM lands in this area, is we're above the critical thresholds for burning. So sage is not receptive to fire. It could carry fire under the right set of circumstances if you had the heat and the wind, but it really needs to align correctly to get
fire to carry in sage and grass. We're in green up right now. I would say we came into green up earlier than we typically do with the way we had a low snow winter and then we had a warm spring. So we saw green up earlier than we typically do, but we're still in green up where our fire danger is not high based on indices and fuel moistures that we have. As far as the timber country on BLM ground, we typically are burning around this time of year into early June, burned as late as in mid-July in the past. And we're still looking at prescribed burns for fuels treatments, fuels reduction treatments on the Deadline Ridge area. And that's about 10 miles northwest of LaBarge is where we're looking at that. The treatment that has been ongoing for 10 plus years now in the Wyoming range. And we're looking to treat about 200 acres of timber. And what we use for holding features on that is sage. And we've been checking those fuel moistures frequently to make sure that we're in alignment with the prescription. But those are treatments that will aid us when we have fire seasons that are taxing, when we have suppression areas that we can use past treatments to suppress fires that will aid us in the future. So that's I have a lot more I could go into about fuels treatments that we're doing to be proactive on managing the fuels risk that we have here. But those are things we're looking at this year, and that's where our indices on BLM lands are right now.
Thank you for that.
So you're taking your indices over on Deadline. There's got to be a hell of a difference between there and now.
Yep, we've taken
on the desert.
Yep, we have fuel moisture. We have 3 additional sites. One's near the Cottonwoods, one's out by the Speedway, Big Sandy Country, and then another one on the Mesa. So we take those, they give us an accurate representation of the fire weather zone that's set by Riverton National Weather Service. We help design those weather areas based on fuel type and fuel modeling that goes into that. So we have been checking those and they're above critical, and we continue to check them, and that's what we base our high, moderate, and low and extreme fire weather, kind of our indicators for what fire danger we're in. And that also correlates to our fire danger operating plan, where we decide what our staffing levels are based on the predicted weather and our fuel moistures and kind of indices on where we are in the burning season. So all that stuff gets pulled together to dictate our staffing. And that also, I guess, ties in with our fire restrictions as well. We look at staffing, fire on the ground, what fires are happening, how those fires are starting, if they're human caused, natural causes like lightning. And Shad is familiar with the checklist and the agency operating plan, the coordination that goes in with the other agencies too. So that's how we decide if we go into restrictions through our agency operating plan and indices, and a lot of those factors play into it. So
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit on behalf of BLM. Thank you, Chairman Bernard, for the invite today. We appreciate it. Thank you, commissioners, for having us.
And Dave is interim director?
Acting
director. Okay, acting field manager. Recent promotion because his predecessor took an early retirement. Last I knew, he was in Hawaii.
I do believe he's back in Sublette County now. But yeah, we were sad to see Mr. Cogswell depart from Pinedale field office. But myself and Ben Smith are taking on the challenge, and we're looking forward to it.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
So thank you for having us. So we are in a transition year with the development of the U.S. Wildland and Fire Service. I personally think it's a really good step forward for the federal agencies, is unifying that fire response under one chain of command. I think BLM Fire, the legacy, did a fantastic job, but I think it really provides an additional set of resources and cohesion when it comes to fire response. We are seeing the same thing on the ground that you all are seeing. It is a dry year. I think Ross did a good job of conveying the data behind that as to where we really are. The biggest message that I would have you take away is that
from a fire response standpoint, it might be the US Wildland Fire Service now doing that response. But BLM and all the other agencies will be supporting that. We still have the local militia, the local teams that will go out, or the local individuals, for BLM that will support the fire service. The main message has been there should not be an interruption in the firefighting efforts when it comes to the response on federal lands. We will continue to support. We also continue to support when it comes to the prescribed burns and fuels treatments. It's my belief that's one of the best ways we can get ahead of fire seasons, creating defensible spaces, really thinning and creating those buffers on the edges of BLM leading into the Forest Service lands. Those are multi-year projects. That deadline is a 10-year project. They're labor intensive, they're cost intensive, but we continue to advocate for them. Pinedale Field Office really supports those projects and thinks that's the best mechanism when it comes to wildland fire that we can put forward. Commissioner Vickrey, you mentioned restrictions. I think Ross kind of hit that we have a process that we go through with the county as well as with the fire agencies to make that determination. I think I also heard you mention maybe an education component of that. We do have education materials available, but if that's something perhaps we need to put an emphasis on as to getting that word out. You know, we do it obviously for public lands when it comes to campgrounds, recreational activities on public lands. We would certainly work with the county to get those educational materials out as well for the county's lands. So I think that's a good takeaway for us, is maybe we can step up our educational aspects of what activities are allowed and when they're allowed, sort of in line with the restrictions that are decided.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. We took it, we put a little blurb out there. It's been a month ago, 2 weeks through, anyway, something to that effect, something about please be careful, et cetera. And then since then, we've had 2 little flare-ups and back to your indices. I understand how that, well, I don't understand. I know it's part of the protocol, put it like that. So a week ago Sunday, when I alluded to the deal there at Daniel Fish Hatchery, that whole hillside that burnt like a flash was sagebrush. Okay. Whoosh, it went like that. I mean, it was quick. And so to me, that indice was burn, baby, burn, because had there been more of it, it would have big time. And unfortunately, it wasn't. It got to the top where it was just gravel on that ridge, and that stopped it, basically. The dead grass, on Ford Road Creek, it pinches into that ridge that I just talked about. That went right up that grass, right again the creek, and it got up what I call a pinch point, where it just kind of run out of stuff to go. If it got past that pinch point, I'm telling you, the way the wind was blowing that day would have been catastrophic. That's all there is to it. And I won't argue with your indices. I understand that you guys go on, but the indices that day was that sagebrush burned, and it burned hot, and it didn't burn long because there was no more to burn. But had there been, it would have. And so that's my concern. I think if there's something more than something to read out there, people will understand that. They'll have a tendency to say hey, Mac, you can't light that fire to cook your hamburger on unless it's in a container or whatever you call those things, fire pot. That's all I'm asking for, is a little bit more than just a piece in the paper that says, hey, folks, be careful, because here's what's going to happen. We're going to have a lot of folks come into this country in the next month or 6 weeks. They could care less about Sublette County. I care a lot about Sublette County. And so the best we can take care of from that perspective is, I believe, is what we should do, whether it's BLM, Forest Service, or private, doesn't matter. We need to take care of it. And it needs to be in a word form, so to speak, that gets people's attention. And because we're going to have, like I said, we're going to have folks they're in here already early for this time of the year. And, you know, some are super careful, but some are not, you know, and so that's my biggest concern. I don't want to see another Dollar Lake thing like we had a year ago up there. Nobody wants to see that. And so the more we can put out there, in my mind, the better served we'll be not to get something started, because as you guys all know, once it starts, it's a lot harder to stop. And so that's all I'm asking, is to come up with something that says, this is what we're looking forward to, this is what we're going to do, and this is what we believe is adequate for now, and go forward with it. But we got to do something, because if we don't, just sitting back and doing nothing is not good at all. I don't believe.
Carrie, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's gonna get real dynamic for the Forest Service, just because of that level of elevation change that we have, and we go into restrictions based on a forest. We don't go based on districts. So that also means that we're now talking 5 other counties involved, 6 other districts involved. So it will become a very large task if we try to implement something specific to Sublette County. But I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. We're in alignment. We all attend the same meetings and talk about the same fuel moistures and get in agreement with the BLMs, and the Wildland Fire Service and county and the state. And it's kind of a joint decision when that's made. Yeah, I'm understanding everything that's been said with the sage and stuff. And I'm kind of learning that it seems like there's 2 different time frames. It's like when stuff hasn't greened up yet, it is very volatile and very susceptible to fire. And that's what happened on the Red Creek fire of the Black Rock. You know, that was right at 8,000 feet. The snow had just come off and nothing had greened up yet, and it did burn sage. But as soon as that sage does green up, it's a different story. And that's what we kind of lean some of our prescribed fire on. And that's how we approach things. So it's like it's a dynamic. Early in the spring, stuff can burn really well, then it greens up a little bit, and how this drought affects the green up is unknown at this point in time. But it's, as you mentioned, Mac, right now there's basically still almost ice up that Middle Piney reservoir, snow drifts, and it's very hard to say that you can't have a fire or something up there. I mean, you can, but you can't down. Where's that line at? It's really hard.
So in my mind, I mean, you guys have the system to work with. It was probably good years ago, but whether it's climate change, whatever you want to call it, things are changing. We're seeing things more arid, more dry here. So your system, some way, is going to have to divide. We're going to see years as of now. It's going to be dry here and not up there early. You know, used to fire restrictions didn't hear until late August, September. That's going to have to change, I think. Some way the system that you guys use has to be revamped where it can split from one another.
And I still think there is a huge education piece on this. We have, the more we can push the education, as I just don't think a lot of people are understanding what can happen. A lot of people are visiting from not here. So, you know, I would have to have the question, even if we had some sort of restriction, would it be followed? You know, if people get on the line and they're like, I'm gonna go cook my hamburger. And they don't even stop to look at the fire danger sign as they're going by. A lot of human caused fires on the Forest Service side on the hunts during hunt season. Because one rainstorm comes over, a snowstorm, and somebody's like, I'm cold. So they're building a fire. It's closed or not. We witnessed some last year when there was no fires on the Forest Service. There was still that warming fire type stuff going on. Also, some of our small fires that we had to go to on the side. So it is a very tough situation because it has changed over the years. You know, talking to a lot of I'm fairly new here, only a couple of years in, but talking to a lot of the people that have been here for a long time. Yeah, fire restrictions. What's those? You know, Now, the last 3 years have been pretty intense.
I'd echo that. When we have restrictions, we see illegal fires pretty consistently across BLM. We have not had a BLM ranger in this field office for a little over a year now. We are expecting to get one late summer, but without law enforcement to support us and not just enforcement, but getting out there and educating and being a presence over the almost 1,000,000 acres of surface that we manage out of this office. It's a daunting task to find every campfire
Absolutely.
during a fire restriction. So I would echo the same thing as education to the extent we can.
You know, last year was one of the first years that the Forest Service went into restrictions with no campfires, quite a few years. And we put out the effort of all hands on deck and getting people out there, and they were running around just trying to get the message out because, you know, kind of switched on a certain date. And so we had people traveling clear up into the night, just traveling all over the district. They weren't qualified to write tickets or anything. They were just trying to get the message out, like, you can't have that campfire, it needs to be put out. So that was one thing that the Forest Service did do. We tried to stand that up for, I think, a week long, that we had people out till like 10 o'clock at night driving around on the east zone anyways.
Last year, Fire Chief Cooper was kind enough to set me down and say, these are the steps that we follow to establish restrictions. That was greatly beneficial. And I appreciate it, but we're at a point, what do we do? Because you can't fix stupid. I recognize that. But somehow we need to at least try to put something in front of people that maybe we can catch a couple of people that otherwise could have done something. And it's not something for you to say, this is what we're going to do today, but how can we work together as a county and your individual agencies to come up with ways to maybe be proactive? Yes, people drive by road signs all the time. People don't listen to the radio because of the limitations. But are there methods that we could take just in case we happen to hit the right person? And that's the purpose of, I believe, Commissioner Vickrey's gathering us all together, is to explore what can we do in a proactive manner that perhaps can save something or not. You know, we can't predict the future, and it could be the driest one on history and never have a fire. Please.
So I got a lot of thoughts. I'll try to size here, but give me a ramble a little. I absolutely agree. It's an unusual winter. The snowpack, melted off early, and what that does is it creates an early runway to the fire season. In other words, the fire season starts earlier than normal, which means it's going to be longer than normal, meaning that it's likely going to be potentially more intense because of that, just the duration of the additional. You say you're grained up earlier, maybe a month earlier than normal, or 3 weeks, or whatever the time frame is, right? So it's just more time for drying to occur, and so because of that, we take note. And one of the things that well, we've done a lot of things, but one of the things that I've been trying to promote within our own organization is early readiness, close coordination, and aggressive initial attack. So we're trying to address it, using our own protocols within our organization. We're focusing on early detection. We've installed cameras countywide that help us with verification of wildland fire. We've changed our initial attack protocols when there's a red flag warning or a fire weather watch. And we request assistance from our state and federal partners earlier, even before we get on scene. Even if we don't even know whose jurisdiction it is, and we're requesting assistance earlier to make sure that we get firefighters, lots of firefighters on the incident as soon as possible, regardless of whose jurisdiction. I will say that, the least effective method that we have to address and reduce risk of wildland fire is fire restrictions. Fire restrictions is the last resort after we've done everything else that I'm getting ready to talk about. And I'll make point, and forgive me for bringing attention to this, but last year we were in fire restrictions when the Dollar Lake started. It doesn't stop fires from happening. And there's a tremendous amount of fires that start regardless of human presence or interaction. There's a lot that Mother Nature has to do with it when dry lightning storms come across that have nothing to do with whether or not we're in fire restrictions. Now, it is a tool, and I'm not discounting that it's a tool that should be considered, but it's a problematic tool, and I want to talk about why it's a problematic tool, and I hope I get some assistance here from the bench here. But the point I'm trying to get to is we have other tools that we would address before fire restrictions. The biggest tool we have is public education and outreach, and I think I've heard everybody up here say exactly that. That's probably the most effective tool we have is public education. Now, I know in my organization, and I know in BLM Forest Service and State Forestry, we've all put in an inordinate amount of effort this year into public education. You know, I know this year May is Fire Prevention Month. And you guys may remember to kick off May, the Sublette County Unified Fire, under Josie's leadership, we had a wildfire art show. And the reason why is because we wanted to kick off the wildfire art show and bring attention to the public in a format that they would appreciate seeing wildfire art. But while they were there, we had booths set up with public education. The intent was, hey, here's the kickoff of Fire Prevention Month. And the next thing we've done is every single day this month, we're promoting a new message in our social media saying this Fire Prevention Month, these are the things you need to do to prepare to protect and harden your homes and reduce risk around your homes, but also how to prevent creating additional sparks. And so we're really focusing on public education, and we've been doing this all spring long. I mean, it's on a weekly basis. We're really ramping up our public education efforts, and I've seen the same effort from our state and federal partners too. So I want to bring attention to the fact that we're doing that already, and it's daily that we're doing the public education component of it, and then interfacing with public doing public meetings. I went to a public meeting talking about a prescribed fire, but a big component of that was public education for what the public can do to reduce those risks and then address the smoke as well. So we are significantly increasing our public education and outreach efforts. One of the things that we've done in our own organization is we moved up our training, our annual recertification program for our wildland firefighters, making them ready for an earlier wildland fire season. And then we've increased our coordination and preparedness with our state and federal partners as well, which is just the next topic I was going to talk about, our annual operating plan. But I mean, we're really trying hard to increase our preparedness and respond together, how we're going to talk to each other on our radios. If I need help from aircraft, where that aircraft's going to come from, how we're going to order it, who's going to pay for it. Those are all the preseason coordination meetings that have to happen to make sure that we're prepared for the upcoming wildland fire season. And this year we've doubled down on that amount of efforts. And even though we do this every year, we had to put additional focus on this year in preparation for what we think might be a long season. We've really we've begun already, and as you heard, monitoring fuel conditions. I've got monthly seasonal outlooks with the National Weather Service talking about drought outlooks, and we watch fire weather forecasts daily. And then I'll bring note to this too. When the National Weather Service issues a red flag warning or a fire weather warning advisory, we have a protocol in my own organization, and I know our federal agencies do as well. But every day I get a daily email from the National Weather Service, and then I share that email. If we're in elevated fire weather conditions, I share that email. First thing I do when I come in the morning is I send an email to dispatch, and the reason why is because we've promoted for years and years that when somebody does a controlled burn, they need to contact dispatch and let dispatch know so that we don't send volunteer firefighters to go to a controlled burn that they don't need to suppress. And so the public's gotten used to that. Well, now what we've identified, and we've been doing this for years, is when I send a notification to our dispatch and let them know there's a red flag warning, they can be the first point of contact with somebody calling in that doesn't know any better. And they can advise the people, hey, there's a red flag warning. It's probably not a good idea for you to be burning today. And that's really gone a long ways to reduce the, those agriculture burns on red flag days. The next thing we do is every time I get a red flag warning, first thing I do is contact our PIO and say, we need to promote that we've got a red flag warning today. Push it as hard as you can all day long. We'll send it several times out in different formats, notifying the public that there's a red flag warning. Don't burn today. And then the last thing I do is I send an email out to our battalion chiefs, our internal leadership team, and I say, hey, it's a red flag warning today. We're at increased elevated risk for wildland fires. I need you to change your operational protocols to increase our response. I want you to page an additional battalion, and I want you to immediately notify the federal agencies. So we are increasing our response capacity and increasing the number of personnel that are on a fire every time we get a notification of a fire weather watch or red flag warning. So the coordination piece, monitoring all those conditions is absolutely critical. The next thing I was going to bring your attention to is early season preparedness, but evacuation preparedness is a huge part of this too. And so you all know, we're doing the tabletop for the evacuation for, Wednesday and Thursday this week, but we've been spending over a year writing that document, and that's an ongoing living document we spent many years on. And the intent of the evacuation protocol is not only to coordinate with our own, fire law, EMS and Red Cross, emergency management, everybody, but also with our federal partners. So they all have a common operating picture on how we're going to implement evacuations. But then the next piece of that is it's also how we communicate to the public. If there is an evacuation, we want to make sure that we're communicating that effectively in a standardized format. And then the last thing I was going to bring your attention to is we desperately need increased capacity, and I've been blowing the horn for years on that everybody needs to pay attention there's reduction in firefighting forces of volunteer firefighters across the state, across the nation. I've been working closely with our state legislature and the Wyoming State Forestry Division, and we were just successful in the state legislature appropriating funds to create 2 new wildland fire suppression modules that are now going to be available to help us to respond to these wildland fires and to help us to cover when the next time we have a fire that occurs. And so I think all of these components are critically important, but to circle all that back, the most effective thing we have is public messaging. And so we're trying hard to tell everybody, all residents need to be prepared for wildland fire. And for, what that means is create defensible space around your homes, harden your homes against sparks, note your evacuation routes, sign up for alerts, and be careful with anything that can cause a wildland fire. So that's the message that we're promoting to everybody. And now, after saying all of that, then the next step is now that's been ineffective. Now let's have a conversation about how to coordinate for fire restrictions. And so I want to spend a few minutes talking about that too, and I know I'm talking a lot. So Mac, I heard you earlier when you first started. Maybe we need to separate going into fire restrictions. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's kind of what I heard you say is, maybe the Forest Service doesn't need to be the one that goes into fire restrictions at the same time the county does. So I'm all on board. Tell me where do I sign up? And furthermore, I want to put fire restrictions in all year long, every day. Right? I mean, make my job easier. But again, this is the least effective tool that we have. You see what I'm saying? And then the next thing is I don't want to come in front of the county commissioners and say, hey guys, I think it might be a little dry out this week, and I don't have any science to base that on, but whatever reason I think it's dry this week. Like, I want it to be repeatable, I want it to be measurable, I want it to be scientifically validated, and I want it to be something that I can pass the red face test in front of when I come in front of you. That I'm not telling you the sky's falling yet. I'm telling you that the science is back, that the conditions that we monitor that tell us when we're going to have a bad fire season or week or month or whatever is coming, and it's time to consider fire restriction because these other things haven't been effective. And now it's time to start thinking about what the next step is to try to address that. But I'm not gonna do that until I've got some science to base that recommendation on. And where does the science come from? The coordination piece that we've been talking about, that Ross just kind of went through, and on how we do that coordination. And I still want to circle back to what Matt was saying about maybe separating. So here's my problem from a county fire warden perspective. And if you guys got ideas or solutions on trying to address this problem, I'm all ears. But I'm going to use one example, but any example in the county would be very, very similar and very applicable. But imagine Boulder Lake Estates. And if you think of Boulder Lake Estates, there's state sections as you drive into Boulder Lake Estates, and there's BLM sections right there along the road, and then there's a whole private subdivision, and right adjacent to that private subdivision is a Forest Service campground. So basically what I'm saying is all four of our agencies are right there in one square mile of each other. Now, I struggle with the idea of trying to implement fire restrictions and tell the public that it's okay to have a fire in the campground, but it's not okay on the private side of the fence. But it's okay again if you're on the BLM, but it's not okay again if you're on the state side of the fence. All within a mile of each other. I can throw a rock and cross the fence and be in different sections, and it's okay here, but it's not okay there. And the one person that's not in the room that probably should be, if we're going to have a conversation about fire restrictions, is Sheriff Lear, to talk about the enforcement component, because it's absolutely unenforceable. To have that type of format. And so part of going into fire restrictions and public messaging is I always try to be very uniform with our public messaging, that it doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. When we go into fire restrictions, we go into fire restrictions in a coordinated manner. And then furthermore, we enforce fire restrictions in that same coordinated manner. And it doesn't matter if you work for the BLM or the Forest Service or the county law enforcement agency, those fire restriction enforcement is going to be coming in the same format, regardless of what size of the fence you're on. Now, if you guys have got a suggestion on a better way to address that, I'm loving the idea of having a conversation and figure out a way to address that concern. But right now, what I've been trying to do is just be consistent, and that's the other thing is it should be consistent, right? I mean, the public shouldn't get a different message from us, and the Forest Service says that it's not a problem, but I say it is a problem, and somebody else says it's not. But I think the metrics that we evaluate should be consistent, and that's the reason why we meet every week to talk about how to make it consistent when we give that message. So those are my thoughts on fire restrictions and the reason why we do format them. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you for that,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vickrey.
First of all, I'm not going to answer for Mac, but I'm going to try to answer in place of Mac. I think the assumption that you brought to this table is this is a bunch of dumb sons of bitches sitting up here, and we don't know when it's dry in our country and it's not dry in the forest. I take an affront to that. It's kind of an apples and oranges thing. We're sitting down here in the lower elevations, and by damn, it's drier here. I don't care what your indices say, it's drier here than it is up there. I was up there yesterday, kicking up dirt, and I've never been up the Boulder Basin Road. There's a big puff of smoke up there, right against the trees. And I said to myself, I wonder what's going on up there. So I drove up the Boulder Basin Road, and I don't know who it was, but here's some individual apparently hadn't gotten your message that was burning a fire right behind his house. The wind's blowing, why it didn't get away, the good Lord only knows. If it had went away, that Middle Butte and all that country would have went with it. And you couldn't have got there in time to save him. All the public information that you've been putting out, I don't know where it's at. I haven't seen it. I don't see it in the paper. Maybe it's in social media. I don't know. I don't do that stuff. A lot of people don't do that stuff. So when you're talking about we got to all get together, that could be factual sometimes. But when you've got a part of the country that's tender dry and the other part isn't, by God, let's take care of the tender dry stuff. And then we'll worry about what's not so dry later. But right now, I'm concerned about Sublette County that's down here, that's not in the Forest Service or in the BLM. If their indices say, let it burn, then let it burn. That's fine. That's their call. My call as the commissioner here is to help keep this county safe from fire. And if a restriction of some sort is in place, by damn, it might have saved that guy from starting that fire up there at Kendall. Did it get away? No, it didn't get away. Was he lucky? Absolutely he was. But he obviously didn't see the fire warnings that you're putting out. And once again, I'll tell you what, I take an affront to you thinking that this group of people here doesn't know when it's dry, because it's damn sure dry out there, even though we got a little bit of snow. So there, I'm through with that.
So let me raise this question, please.
Yeah.
Because it's truly an innocent question and I'm not baiting.
You go ahead and ask it.
Thank you. So let's take the individual that you observed starting the fire behind his house.
I don't have any idea who it was.
Okay, doesn't matter. Probably Mac. How do we prevent that from occurring? What is the message? How do we communicate to that individual?
Well,
don't be stupid. No, it's a good question.
You're not through with it yet? You're still asking the question?
I'm done. I'm done.
No,
now.
what I'm saying is maybe his neighbor would have said, hey, Jack or Mac, whoever it wasn't Mac, he doesn't have a house up there, do you? No. He might have said, hey, Jack, I heard on social media, or I read, or someplace, we're under fire restrictions. You're not supposed to be burning like that. And maybe, just maybe, the guy that put the word out to the guy that was starting the fire may have said, whoa, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. I'll put my fire away.
So with that being said, if Sublette County had fire restrictions in place, does that accomplish anything? No,
that's fine. I'm, I look at this like probably I lost the battle here, and that's okay. I've lost a lot of.
You haven't
But
lost the battle.
But what I'm saying,
What
Mr.
I'm saying
Chairman,
is we have all of these people here is how do we address and resolve the problem?
we've already heard everybody here say that we're going to collaborate, we're going to have information, and that's fine. I understand that. But if information is not getting out to anybody, then it's not worth a damn. Okay,
Great.
It just isn't. But if you've got something out there that says, hey, Jack, don't burn today, that would get his attention. I believe.
Thank you for that. How do we accomplish that? Carrie?
One thing that I was thinking that I don't want to talk, I'm not speaking specifically to any jurisdiction here, but we have these reader board signs that talk to wildlife. Why don't we switch it in the summertime to fire? A lot of the wildlife's already moved on. I mean, I know the antelope still hang out, but why don't we have a constant message of when somebody drives in through Boulder into Pinedale or coming into Big Piney, that's what they see. Be fire aware or whatever you want that message to stay. Just so it's a constant thing. I mean, I see those wildlife things every time Daniel, beware wildlife, Or beware wildlife, it's just a constant message that people can read. And that could just be a start. We can work with a radio station or something to give them a message that people are comfortable with, that every day is during the summer, the radio station takes one of their breaks and they say a little bit about wildfire. It's just the constant, and then with our social media and your social media and all that, maybe it would make a little bit of difference. I know the wildlife does for me. I read those reader board signs
without fail.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's like, oh, wildlife.
Right.
That'd be something that we could implement fairly soon as board agreed to it. Just a thought.
Tell Olson.
Please.
So Shad, one of you two said something about it. I think it's Shad about overlay. Okay, that you couldn't have restriction here, but you couldn't here. You couldn't do that. But when we get fire restriction, we do that though. We tell them not to burn here, but if they're in a campfire, campground, they can, right? So you, I mean, we have make those distinctions. So I think when you said you couldn't, you'd have to do the same for everybody. That's not, we have a policy where some places do and some don't. On fire.
Commissioner Bernard,
Please.
to address the question, but there is consistency amongst all the agencies that when you do have a fire, it should be in a contained fire ring. Like there is consistent language when you address the campfires, where those campfires should
Yeah,
be.
but you made it sound like, that you could, if you had no fires in Boulder Lake Estates, you couldn't have them in a campground, but you kind of contradicting what you're saying. Well,
Help me understand, because I do want to address
no,
that.
because you're saying you'd have to be a blanket thing, no fire. But you mentioned campground, but, okay, you mentioned 4 different areas, but you can distinguish.
Okay.
You could tell people, homeowners, you go up there and tell them not to burn. You could have red flag days, okay, like you all have, the signs. I think we're extreme. I've been all over the state lately, in a lot of places, they got them on the extreme. But, I mean, we have different areas that couldn't have fires in running.
I'm tracking with you now. So, yeah, to address what you're saying, when we go into fire restrictions, there's caveats of what's allowed and what's not allowed during fire restrictions. And one of the things is a campfire in approved rings
Oh, I understand
or
that.
barbecue or those kind of things. And so there is consistent adopted language. There's been a lot of effort into making sure that language does align. And to correct myself, if I gave that impression, I didn't mean to. What I was trying to talk about was the enforcement, regardless of what size of the fence you were on. I'm following your conversation. Appreciate it.
So what would it take to implement the signage that you spoke about, Carrie?
Well, emergency management.
Emergency management.
Okay. You've been awfully quiet. What do you have to say? You're just not the eye candy here, so let's hear it.
I'm certainly willing to be quiet. Thank you, Commissioner. One of the things that I think about and kind of talking to what you were talking about is not everybody does social media. Right. And I agree with that. I think it takes a multitude of methods of communication, right? I think the signs, I think, is a great idea. One of the things that I would suggest maybe for consideration is that you put those signs up, but they have a place to go for the website. Flips over to or something where they can go find that information, so everybody drives by it might know, see that, right? I think that might be a good idea. Again, using radio, newspaper, social media, trying to reach as many people as you can. Best way, and that's just suggestions that I have,
We put up signage in the different convenience stores out,
Say stick it on Ridley's. There's only one grocery store in town.
and then we have out the Daniel, a couple places there, Boulder. And
Highway signs, those big bright ones that
Uh-huh.
pull out in wildlife or crossing.
so does the signage then fall to the emergency management? Is that where it's addressed? Okay, great. What other options do you have?
Well, I think the state. Then we have mobile ones we put up like the edge of town, but the state has still, say.
Is that, I'm not sure, I just, yeah. Yeah.
That's partner.
Yeah.
Okay, in regards to, I think we now have 2 radio stations in Sublette County. Does that sound right? Who addresses those?
Bill got 2 of the COVID with some of that first COVID money. We got 2 of the digital signs that Steve at Emergency Management stores for us in Code 50 and deploys out to fire in different places for local use. And then the Game and Fish have a couple of the signs that you see right now
Okay.
that are out wildlife messaging.
I got another question off this subject just here. You get the red flag warning days. What distinguishes one of them versus all your indices? Nothing indicates dry.
So
when we get into those critical thresholds, it's dictated by fire weather zone, which is a uniform, as uniform as we can get without getting like too small of units. So our stage high desert that we have is a fire weather zone. And as it transitions into typically the Bridger Teton is a good boundary that we have that changes to another fire weather zone. And when our critical indices reach that threshold, we update the weather service, and that's when they'll issue red flag warnings. So if we're not in critical thresholds for the fuels, they're not gonna have red flag warnings.
But I've seen some this spring on my phone. I mean, you get on and there'll be a red dot. And
So we had a
red flag
well,
warning day.
I'm sorry. I didn't-
But that your indices still aren't showing that it's.
I believe Carrie talked a little bit at the start about kind of that wave that we have at the start of the season where we're receptive. We did update this spring as we came out of snow cover. We updated to critical thresholds. We were taking fuel samples in the spring. That information went to the weather service. They updated. And that's why we saw a lot of red flags this spring because we've had such a windy spring. Once our fuel moistures that we were tracking all spring went above the thresholds, we came out of red flag warnings, and that's why we haven't seen them recently. But again, we're still tracking those fuel moistures. And as they drop down, we'll be updating the weather service, and that's when we'll see red flags come back again. Since I'm talking right now, just another idea. And I know it's something that's been in the works in coordination with the state, counties, dispatches across the state. With the Wildland Fire Service, they are updating a digital tool on a website that could be used with the signboard to have a place where people can see where their restrictions are. It's supposed to be statewide. I'm not sure if it's been implemented yet. I can look into that to see if that's kind of been released to the public. But it should be a one place where anyone from the public can click on a county, see what the restrictions are on private, public, any agency ownership. It'll show that. And then an effort that I'm making with that is to go through like some of our apps that a lot of people are using, like Onyx for hunters. They can click on that land ownership and see what fire restrictions are. And those apps, they do a great job of pulling like our fire perimeters. They're pulling that information daily. They put our prescribed burns on those maps. So as you look at them, they're updated without you even knowing it. And that's a tool I would like to see, and we're trying to get implemented this summer so folks can see what those restrictions are from like a 10-foot difference in land ownership. You can get down to that. So there are, I guess, a lot of efforts, and that's a well-coordinated one between the states, counties, and Wildland Fire Service and Forest Service with the table with that. So.
Commissioner.
Yes, please.
So I'll say this just because Ben and I have daughters that are the same age and good friends. Education starts with children, you know, getting into the school system, educating kids on what fire restrictions is, fire safety, and things like that. I think is a reasonable place to start as well. Get into the high school, getting kids involved. I know if my daughter told me to stop having a fire, I would listen to her. So might be another avenue to pursue.
So we have about 2 weeks of school left.
Understood.
How do we use that key to open that door?
Maybe the implementation is not this year, but I think this is a multi-year task that we face, obviously. I think Commissioner Bradley said that really well. That we're gonna be in it for a while, so starting,
Believe that to be true. Yes, sir.
I know as a parent, I get emails from the high school. Send out email to all the parents. So maybe you could use that communication mechanism. And it's been a long time since I was in high school, but they used to do like they used to do like PA announcement in the morning to put out stuff. I don't know if they still have that tool, but you know, start talking to the kids, you know, telling them, hey, we're really concerned this year, and you know, get that message through there. But yeah, I get an email, you know, at least once a week from high school saying, here's what's happening.
Thank you for that suggestion. Would the commission agree to requesting the schools do something in that light?
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
yes, Commissioner Vickrey?
I'm fine with anything that'll work.
Janess, would you be kind enough to send an email to the different schools requesting a notification in that regard? Thank you.
So what about these cell phone pings you get? I mean, you guys use them during fire evacuation and fires and things. Is it expensive or overbearing to send that out once a week? Hey, it's dry, pay attention, or what, to any cell phone that's hitting certain repeaters or?
Different options. And I'm not sure which one you're talking about. You're talking about like when we do an evacuation and how that
Well,
notification goes out?
yeah, I don't know what all the options would be, but I know that on occasion, my cell phone will ding a lost child or a Amber Alert or whatever it may be. Is there ways to ping cell phones in the county that?
So that, your emergency manager, Stephen, will be able to answer that one. But yeah, there's quite a bit of caveat attached to how they use the notification system and how there has to be a public emergency to send the notifications out of the phone. I think earlier you mentioned you saw the red dot when there was a red flag warning though. That's just kind of a protocol that, comes on news stations and outlets that when there's a red flag warning, they let you know there's one in your area. Part of the coordination piece, I guess, that they receive notifications there.
Okay, so it appears that there's a number of topics here that flow back to emergency management. Rather than delay a couple of weeks, how would you like to address requesting the assistance of Mr. Kip moving forward? Do you want to wait 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks?
Right.
Do you want to would you like to have someone talk with him currently, or how would you like to address it?
I kind of feel this moisture is a breath of fresh air for a minute. Whether we have 2 weeks of safety, I don't know. But if we throw the sign up now, people might just laugh and say, Jesus, for these guys on there, they're saying it's fun.
But it might
Pretty
take,
dangerous right now, and we couldn't strike a match if we wanted to.
it might take 2 weeks to get the sign out there too. Mac, I don't have a clue.
Certainly reach out to him, yes.
Don't look at me, I'm through. I've done all I'm gonna do.
Okay. So he's going to be really
Yes,
busy the
exactly.
next 2 days, isn't he? So, I'm sorry, please.
That's it, something to say.
Chairman, when he mentioned the emergency alerts, I just know that I get Ring camera notifications, like neighborhood alerts, how that happens.
So the emergency manager is Stephen Kip, and he's in desktop or tabletop exercises Wednesday and Thursday. Out of respect for that, the soonest we could probably contact him would be Friday. Is there someone at the table or one of our partners that would like to talk with and explore possibilities in this regard?
I'm comfortable if you want to take that on, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We good? And, pardon? Start, and give him the latitude to call and talk with each of you in this regard and move forward with something. Commissioner Vickrey?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. In regards to, and I've heard this frequently, and I recognize what each of you said, and you're all much brighter than me. I truly believe that. Should we contemplate as a board of county commissioners doing a fire restriction within our county? Not worried about our state and federal partners. Is that something that we need to address? Commissioners, I've already heard from Commissioner Vickrey in this regard, so I'll open it to the other members here.
I believe it's an option. I mean, I've had a lot of public, is very concerned what's gonna happen, lots of them always get concerned about prescribed burns. I mean, they just natural. So, you know, they've asked if they're gonna be, so as far as you know, only one schedule
For, on the Forest Service side,
prescribed burn.
on the Forest Service side?
Yeah.
We were eyeballing the Monument Ridge, another phase of Monument Ridge of 85 acres. That's what we had the public meeting on that Shad was speaking to earlier. And we're monitoring windows right now and we're quickly losing our
Was
windows.
it one, that one wasn't done last year? Which one was that?
Monument was done 2 years ago when we did the 33,000, 2,000 plus acres.
I thought there was one last year that had to.
Monument, I mean, it's like a 10-year project. We'll be entering it every year if we can, based upon the burn windows. And that's all we have on the Forest Service on the prescribed by. We have pilot burning, but that occurs when the snow's blowing and it's. And
Ross, is that
Ross
correct?
probably has a BLM
Yeah, that's
one.
good. So we've got Deadline Ridge has one, we have one prescribed burn plan this spring that we're still hoping to implement. We're at the same stage where we're looking for windows. We haven't had them this spring, but we're still optimistic that we'll be able to implement when conditions allow.
So how long does it take you to find this window and activate it? I mean, is this you decide this tomorrow or you decide this today and you can't do it for 2 weeks, or how big a window do you have?
So typically, what I'm looking at is when snow comes off, where our units become available, and then we need the sage to rise in moisture high enough. And that happened, I'll say ballpark 4 weeks ago is when we started having a window where our adjacent fuels were in the thresholds that we need them to be in. And we've had moisture and wind that have not allowed us to burn. So we haven't had an appropriate window that meets all of our prescription parameters.
So how you gonna predict the wind? That's about daily.
I'm looking at weather forecast daily. So that's how I start and end every day, looking at weather forecasts. We have remote weather stations up there, so we're tracking like how accurate the forecasts are with what we're seeing on the ground in those burn units. We're watching cold fronts, high pressure systems, all like coordinating with the weather service on burn days that we think are going to be favorable. And then to bring resources in, I need at least 3 days to bring the resources in. So it's a 3-day like heads up to people, like we're going to do this. And then there's still time within that 3 days where we can cancel, and we will cancel if it's not appropriate. There's a lot of things that need to line up, and you guys know how warm and dry and windy this spring has been. It hasn't been favorable for burning, and we're following the parameters to make sure we are successful, or to do our best to be successful.
Commissioner White, do you have anything that?
No, I think we got a lot of smart people in the room, and I think, yeah, I'm excited to see. Congratulations on yours, Ben and Dave. As you guys know, we're kind of plagued with Roland. Same with you, Carrie. Roland management for our forest and our BLM land. But congratulations on that. I look forward to seeing. I think there's been a lot of good ideas on education come out. Look forward to continuing these conversations.
Thank you for that. So in summary, Janess will reach out to the schools to ping out the students and maybe hit the public PA. I'll converse with Stephen Kipp come Friday, set an appointment. I'll go to the tabletop tomorrow and set that up. Hopefully the 5 of you will continue to progressively chat about this to come up with options. Is there anything, can we establish a notification of red flag days within Sublette County that we can put out immediately? Is that something that the commission could live with?
I think we already got that. I know for an example, a couple weeks back, actually it's probably been a month, I have a burn pit on my property. I called dispatch because I didn't want Shad having to show up with his guys and chastise me. So I called dispatch and they informed me that it was a red flag warning. And so I still got a pit that I got to burn at some point. But they did notify me that it was a red flag.
On 102.7.
Yeah, I don't listen to the radio.
Don't know what the blade.
I don't listen to those guys.
Commissioner
Said
Vickrey,
that out loud.
Commissioner Vickrey, additional?
Hmm.
Is there something that we may want to address or add or?
No, I'll, I'll leave it up to these guys to do their whatever it is they do to make sure things aren't gonna burn. And in the meantime, if it burns, I'm gonna call them up and say, hey, you dudes missed it.
Okay.
'Cause it's burning.
So because of the nature of our business, sometimes it's better if you could send a quick email. And the email, I think, for the quickest response and someone who all of us pay attention to because we're afraid of her is Janess. So if you could send that to her and she'll let us know and where everything's at. So when you chat, come up with ideas or don't have anything you're working on or say, how about doing this? Or let's do a red flag. If you'd let her know, please, she'll disseminate to all of us. Will that work? So we have several different fronts we're working on. I'll chat with Stephen. We'll take a look at being proactive in red flag days. Obviously, right now is not perhaps because the recent snow, a good time to do a red flag, but in a week and a half or week or sometime in the near future, we should be. Do I need to have approval from or coordination with any of you five to declare a red flag day?
That's no way, shape, or form under the purview of the county commissioners. The National Weather Service issues red flag warning days, and there's established nationwide standards on how to issue a red flag warning.
I understand, but I want to supersede the National Weather Council for our community. Because what I'm hearing based on the dryness is we're just a small cog in a big wheel. So do we want to go to that extent?
I don't. I'm gonna leave it.
Okay.
With Mac on that.
Well, I any question we was talking about there, you know, I mean, did the sheriff's office create their own red flag or did they take it off somewhere?
I don't have any idea.
I'd assume they get it off the weather service, but
If that's Riverton, it could be a lot different here than Riverton.
well, these indices are reporting to Riverton, as I understand.
But what I'm saying, we could have weather conditions here. Different than in Riverton.
Oh, right, but I think it all goes to Riverton and then they disseminate it back to every localized area. It comes up if it's Pinedale, not Riverton. Or
I've never seen it. You get it?
Okay, so how about this?
Service on the phone.
It stays how it is as far as who does it, but maybe you could be a little bit more proactive and progressive on it. Does that make sense? What we're trying to do is mitigate the possibility of fires. And we're asking for your help and suggestions and your brainstorming to help us do that. Please. Anything else, commissioners, that you'd like to share? Thank you so much for taking time out of your jobs today. We truly appreciate it and look forward to your thoughts. And did you have other items that you wanted to go over?
I do, but we could certainly excuse the federal partners. What I need to talk to you about the annual operating plan, which is a coordination piece, but they can, I'm sure they got regular things to go to, so.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Chairman, can we take a quick break?
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Dave, thanks. Wish you all the best. Yeah. Here we go.
So in addition to our District 4 annual operating plan, I've also got the entire master agreement. And I've printed off a copy of that for you as well. The master agreement is the parent agreement of the district AOP. And so I wanted to just kind of walk you through some changes that are gonna occur this year in the AOP. And just, at the end of this, I'll need to seek signature. I'll sign the AOP and I'll need to ask for the chairman of the board to sign the AOP. All right, so like I said, so the master agreement is the parent agreement between the federal government and the state of Wyoming. And what they do is they have a master agreement for every state, but it's based on the same template. They're very, very similar. And then we in Sublette County don't sign the master agreement, but the master agreement is then further subdivided into 5 districts. And we're in District 4, which is Western Wyoming, which includes Teton County, Lincoln County, Gwinnett County, Sweetwater County, and Sublette County. The AOP for District 4 mirrors the same language as the master agreement. The master agreement guides though. And then the important thing to understand is the AOP is really district specific procedures for how we're going to fight fire in Western Wyoming. And so as earlier when we were talking about fire restrictions, that's one of the components is how do we coordinate messaging between each other? How do we talk about promoting a consistent message to the public so that one agency isn't saying that it's not fire danger and the other agency is saying there is a fire danger. So how do we coordinate? Well, that's in this agreement. There's other things that are in this agreement, and I'm happy to spend as little or as much time going into it as you guys would like to. But one of the big things that's in the agreement is it defines how mutual aid works. Mutual aid is a term that means when we have a fire, all of our respective agencies can and do respond to that fire and then work collectively to suppress that fire. 99% of the time, we're very, very effective, but there are definitely fires that get away. And then when it does get away, then it moves from an initial attack fire to what's called an extended attack fire. And what that distinction means is that we've moved into the second operational period. Well, the first operational period is considered our mutual aid period. What that means is we don't charge each other. So the first day of the fire, we all have, and it's defined in this agreement, we all have agreed that we're all just going to mutually benefit and send our resources and do the best we can to put the fire out as soon as possible with our local resources. And we're not going to send each other a bill. That's what the mutual aid period is defined as. There's some changes to that, and I'll get to that in a few minutes. The district specific procedures that are being changed this year, I'll walk through them here. The first one is that the title of the document is changing. And the reason why is we're trying to provide clarity for exactly what the District 4 attachment V is. It's a sub agreement to the parent agreement. And so we're actually changing the title to call that out and specify that it's the District 4 Sub-Geographic Annual Operating Plan Attachment D, which includes District 4 procedures. So the title of the document's a little different. It used to just say Attachment D, District 4. And it wasn't real clear when we were referring to it what was included on that. So we changed the title. As you just heard earlier, the new U.S. Wildland Fire Service has been created by the federal government. And what that's done is consolidated National Park Service, BLM, BIA. There's two other agencies. I'm drawing a blank. Anyhow, there are five agencies into a single wildland fire agency, but it does not include the U.S. Forest Service. They're still separate entities. But what that means is our agreements need to reflect that. And so we've included language to address the new U.S. Wildland Fire Service. The mutual aid period was changed. It used to be 24 hours and now it's 12 hours and capped at midnight. And I want to go into detail about that. That's the most of all the changes I'm talking about. They're all pretty inconsequential. This is a substantive change. All right, so for forever, I don't know how long before I've been here, the mutual aid period in District 4 has been 24 hours. And what that meant is for that 24-hour period, we wouldn't bill them and they wouldn't bill us, and we all agreed to respond to a fire and do the best we could to put it out. This year at our preseason coordination meeting in Kimmer, we presented a proposed change to move that from 24 hours to 12 hours. And the reason why is because the state emergency fire suppression account language changed, and the rules, changed for how do we access the emergency fire suppression account. Now that's a big change, and it's a big change in our favor. I'm very, very happy that it changed in the way that it did. But previously, the emergency fire suppression account specified that in order to access the account that pays for large fires in Sublette County and the rest of the state of Wyoming, we had to expend $12,000. And then after everything was all said and done and we submitted our reimbursement request back to the state, they would just withhold that $12,000 of floor costs from our reimbursement. That's changed this year, and that's completely went away. There is no longer a $12,000 floor cost. Furthermore, there used to be a requirement in the state's EFSA rules that specified that when we submitted reimbursement, we would only locally be reimbursed for 25% of our cost for our fire apparatus. In other words, the 75% was our skin in the game, contributing towards the floor cost, if that makes sense. That's also went away. That's no longer a requirement to open the emergency fire suppression account. But what did change instead is the rules to emergency fire suppression account specified that before you can open the emergency fire suppression account, you have to have responded and helped your neighbors and tried to keep the fire from getting out of control, and you will not bill for that first mutual aid period. But the problem was that mutual aid period wasn't consistently defined throughout the entire state. And so we've tried to define that, and because it's new, we didn't achieve what we were hoping for. It's better. There's more districts in alignment now, but there is still some inconsistency. But us in District 4 was one of those districts that had the 24-hour period. And so we've now all the counties and the Forest Service deal in the state in District 4 have agreed that this 12-hour mutual aid period does make sense. It puts a cap on your risk and your exposure. So now we know that once we reach that 12 hours, then we have the ability to open the EFSA through the state of Wyoming. But one of the caveats that the federal government said is, man, it's awful hard for us to bill or not bill on a specific hour of the day. It's much easier for us if we just say not to exceed midnight. So we capped it at midnight as a feedback from our federal partners, so that there's a clear break in the billing procedure. And the reason why we actually went back and forth a couple of times, we talked about 6 hours, 8 hours, and then 12 hours. The reason why we landed on 12 hours after feedback from everybody is we don't want to have to open a cost share agreement for every fire we go to. And we go to a lot of fires and help our federal partners. Well, I don't want to have to open a cost share agreement every time if we had a 6-hour mutual aid period. I wouldn't want to have to do that every fire we were at for more than 6 hours. So 12 hours was a reasonable compromise. And then really majority of the fires, the vast majority of the fires we go to, we're able to suppress that fire within 12 hours. We know, at that 12-hour mark, if we've caught it, we've got our arms wrapped around it, and we're going to be able to put that thing to bed, and we need more help. And if we do need more help, we're going to go into the next operational period anyway, which we're required to have a mutual or a cost share agreement anyway. And so I'm happy with the 12-hour recommendation and moving that mutual aid period back. And then I'm really happy that the emergency fire suppression account changed their language, because it significantly reduced our cost to Sublette County, and then furthermore reduce our exposure. So it's a win-win, and I'm happy to see this language in the agreement. All right, moving down, there was some additional language included for, you know, that we need to put cost share agreements in after that 12-hour mutual aid period as completed. There's some language that specifies what do you do with the resources that are on the fire currently. If you reach that 12-hour mark, incident commander has a decision, they need to release those resources. But if there's still fire that needs to be fought and we still need resources, you don't have to. But then what has to happen is you can keep them on board, but now you got to start figuring out how you're going to pay for those resources, because you know it just can't be indefinitely free. So the 12-hour mark is when you got to make that decision. There's a language that determines the protecting agency status. What protecting agency status means is whoever the jurisdictional agency is that the fire started on is the jurisdictional agency that makes decisions about ordering, about which dispatch center to use, about what radio TAC channels we use. All that kind of coordination piece is based on the primary agency, and it's different for the BLM than it is for the Forest Service than it is for the county. That wasn't really clearly defined before, so now it does specify that if the fire starts on private, then we'll use that coordination piece with private agencies. And if it starts on the Forest Service, then we'll use them and we'll go through their dispatch center in Teton. And if it starts on BLM, we'll go through their dispatch center in Casper. There was some change in the wildland urban interface language. Before it, and I'm gonna summarize this, but before there was some language in there that specified that no matter what, on every fire, if there was a structure involved, the county was on the hook for the cost of suppression of that structure. And there's caveats to that statement, and this didn't happen, but I'll use it as an example. Last year on the Dollar Lake fire, we provided a lot of protection for the feed grounds. And we also provided a lot of protection for the U.S. Forest Service historic lodge right there above Green River Lakes. Those aren't private structures. Those are owned by the state of Wyoming and by the U.S. Forest Service. But under the previous language, no matter what, there was a structure there, then the previous language specified that we needed to figure out how the county was going to pay for the cost of that suppression. Now what we've done in this year's ALP is clean that language up, and we've specified that if there's values at risk, wildland urban interface values at risk, in other words, homes built next to the forest and in the interface, that we're going to require early coordination and early notification, and that all agencies are going to agree to try to keep that fire from crossing jurisdictional boundaries. So in my opinion, that's much better language. It specifies that we're going to share our resources to keep unwanted fire from crossing jurisdictional boundaries, but it doesn't put an onerous responsibility on us that we need to pay for all structure fire response, because there's examples where that just isn't relevant. And so I do like that language as well. There's additional language that addresses the types of cost shares that we do. So in years past, I've done several cost shares with our federal partners, and there's a big difference. We have two regions in Sublette County. We have Region 2 and Region 4. Region 2 is based out of the Denver office. Region 4 is based out of the Ogden office. That's all in flux right now. It's getting ready to change, but there's quite a bit of organizational culture difference between those two regions. And why that's relevant is when you fight fire in the rest of the state of Wyoming, the expectation is all fires are going to be based on percent of acres burnt. And so you just draw a circle around the map, and if there's 10% that's on private and 80% that's on Forest Service and 10% that's on BLM or whatever it is, that's the beginning point for your cost share negotiation, and you address the cost of fire suppression based on black acres burned and which owner of surface ownership is necessary. It's just a good starting point. That doesn't mean every fire has to be negotiated in that format. It's just a common expectation that when you go to a cost share negotiation, that's when you start from. There's other cost share examples. Another one is percent of effort. And percent of effort it puts me in a difficult position as the county fire warden, because what it means is if the Forest Service, orders a bunch of, aircraft, LATs and VLATs and extremely expensive, aircraft to put the fire out. They could come back afterward and say, look, we spent all of our effort on protecting the structures down there. We want a cost share agreement based on percent of effort that says that you're going to cover all those costs of those aircraft, because it was all, protecting your assets. The problem is I wasn't the one that ordered those. I don't have the funding or ability to pay for those, and it really puts us in a difficult position when that comes up. But that is a type of cost share to be considered. And then another type of cost share to be considered is each agency covers their own costs. And what that means is even beyond the mutual aid period, we just agree that, hey, my resources were there protecting private property and your resources were there protecting, Forest Service property, or whichever case may be. We just agree that we're not going to bill each other even beyond the mutual aid period, and we won't submit invoicing to each other. So my point is there's 3 different examples, and there's other examples out there. Well, the problem comes up is when there's smoke in the air and emotions are high, it's difficult to negotiate those cost share agreements and come to a common understanding. And what the language does now is it says, hey, if and it standardizes statewide, if you're going to address a cost share, at least start from the percent of acres burned. That's the direction. That's the push from the state of Wyoming State Forestry Division. That's the way it's done in the rest of the state, and that's the way that I would hope that we can start from. It doesn't mean every single time we have to do it that way, but it's a good starting position. Then when you get into the cost share agreement, if there's reasons why it doesn't make sense, it's just not relevant or realistic or whatever reason, then we can always adjust. But it just gives us a good starting position when you start discussing those costs for wildland fire suppression. All right, so that's got some language in there saying that you can start from that as a template. Another thing, this did happen last year, is the agreement now specifies the master agreement is included in our district. Matter of fact, it's the parent agreement in our district agreement. And why that's important is because if you're not aware that the master agreement exists, and all you're aware of is the subgeographic agreement, you can point at it and go, well, it says here. Well, the problem is it's difficult when you're having these conversations with your federal agencies to say, no, there's all this master agreement stuff that also applies right now. And furthermore, there's an order of precedence. If there's ever a discrepancy between these agreements, here's how it's addressed, and here's what the order of precedence is. And so one thing we've done is included an order of precedence, and we've also defined the entirety of the agreement, which includes the master agreement, which is the reason why I handed out the master agreement to you, so that you're aware that it exists. Again, we don't negotiate the master agreement, though. That's between the federal government and the state of Wyoming. We only go to the annual operating plan, and that's what I do every year as part of our coordination piece with our surrounding 5 partner or counties and federal agencies. All right, so one other thing we've done is cleaned up the glossary. There used to be conflicting terminology in the district glossary, which directly contradicted with the master agreement glossary, and it just didn't make sense why there was 2 glossaries. So what we did is specified that the district agreement glossary was only going to have terminology that didn't already exist in the master agreement glossary. And that makes sense to me. It's just basically further defining, how we do business in our, Western Wyoming counties. And then finally, there is an inclusion of the fire restriction guidelines that we just got done talking about. The fire restriction guidelines have always been there, but they've been in draft form for, I've been here for 12 years almost, and 12 years in August. They've always been in draft form. They've never been they've been a moving target, I guess. And so we've been trying for the last couple of years, and last year we really made a lot of good progress and effort on standardizing those criteria that we've been talking about. But furthermore, we put it in the annual operating plan so we know where to reference it from. So it's now in this agreement. So those are the changes from last year's AOP. I'm very supportive of all of those changes. I think they do nothing but help us and support us. But I'm absolutely willing to go into more detail about any questions you guys may have, but, the summary of everything I just said, this is the guiding document that we all use, that allows, the local fire department to coordinate with the state of Wyoming, to also coordinate with the U.S. Forest Service, and now the new, U.S. Wildland Fire Service and the BLM and all our state and federal partners. And it includes, specific language about, how, which area of the county is my responsibility and their responsibility. It includes language in there about what the radio frequencies are, how we're going to talk to each other, what the dispatch center is. All of those are components that are in the annual operating plan that just help us to coordinate and make sure that we can all respond and be part of the same common operating picture. That's all I have on the AOP. I did want to circle back and address, so this morning you've given me a letter from Dana Stone. So Dana had sent a letter to all 5 county commissioners in our area, expressing some concerns. I'm more than happy to go into those concerns with you at this time. It's going to be lengthy, but at your discretion. What I would say is that Dana attended the annual operating plan meeting. Excuse me. He had his comments heard at that time, and then there is a process for Dana to work with his county fire warden and his elected officials in Uinta County, and express their concerns express his concerns through Uinta County. But I will say this. I've known Dana for over 25 years. I have a lot of respect for Dana. I think highly of him and his opinion, and I'm happy to walk through the comments that he brought forward. And if you guys think it's a worthwhile use of your time, I'm more than happy. But I do have answers and I've already addressed those answers in what I just presented to you. But happy to go in more detail if you want to.
Okay, we received that communication this morning for the first time. I don't know if anyone's had the opportunity to read through it yet. Is it acceptable, and would the board like to table it till the next meeting?
I think it'd be better. I'm not looking for a motion in a second to sign this. So how about I walk through Dana's questions right now and I'll answer them all, and we can spend some time doing that if that's a relevant use for you guys' time. I don't know what your agenda like. Is anybody after me or what?
There are.
Okay. So you tell me.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Shad, I'm just point of clarification. I guess which one of these is this one I've got? Is this a master plan? Okay, on page 4, down there where it says recitals.
Gotcha.
Okay, so if I've got a little piece of property that's not on federal lands and it's butted right up against the Forest Service, and the fire starts there, and whoosh, away it goes. What does this mean? Wildland fire protection on non-federal lands will be the responsibility of the appropriate protecting entity. So explain that one if you could.
Absolutely. So what that means is while it's on private property, it's my agency, Sublette County Unified Fire's responsibility to respond to and put that fire out, which is what we do. But when it crosses that jurisdictional line and moves on to the Forest Service or the BLM or whatever, then my job is to coordinate with that other agency and continue to suppress the fire. But then the next step is, if it's within that mutual aid period, they won't bill us and we won't bill them. But then if it extends beyond the mutual aid period, which I think is the direction you're going with your question,
right,
then we need to have a cost share agreement and discuss responsibility for fire suppression. And area of origin is a consideration when you're looking at the total cost of fires. And I know this morning I heard Clayton talking about the road agreement, right? And that was part of the conversation you guys were having. I would never want to paint myself in a box and say I'm always gonna cover those costs just because there was a road there or just because it started on private property. What that agreement says is that I'm not going to bill the Forest Service. I'm not going to require the Forest Service to come suppress what's clearly my responsibility. That's what that says, and that's actually one of the questions that Dana hit on in there. But the ultimate cost, once it goes past initial attack, goes into mutual aid period, goes into extended attack, and then beyond that, then that's when we have cost share agreements and meet with our federal partners to address how we're gonna cover those costs. But there's a lot of complicating factors. One of many of those complicating factors is where did it start? Oh, yes. But that's always been the case.
But you're guided to go by percentage burned as part of the conversation.
Yeah, after the mutual aid period, exactly so.
But if it turns into millions of dollars, I'm sure they're gonna push all they can.
So then you're not wrong. And that's definitely been my experience in all the big fires we've had. And so that's why this AOP is so important, is it really sets side rails and expectations and gives me the ability to come work with our federal partners and say, look, this is what we agreed when there wasn't smoke in the air. This is where we agreed to start from and addressing these costs. And then furthermore, to your point, and I like the percent of acres burned because it's going to be small acreage, right? Now there are times when it's going to go the other way though, and that's the risk. But that's why we have the emergency fire suppression account as well. That's why we pay into the emergency fire suppression account is to help address that liability, that exposure for covering those costs.
So fire started on private ground, you went and fought it. Does that put the county at covering those costs or that private landowner at covering it?
Well, give me more in your example for how long
And it crossed over, went through the 12 hours, went into extended fire, was on BLM or forced, and you come to negotiating. Huge bill, is it the landowner or is it Sublette County that?
Sublette County, not the landowner. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, I wasn't following your conversation. Yeah, it's so that's part of what we do as government, is address those costs of wildland fire suppression. So when we can't bill. I mean, I've never billed the landowner for fire suppression. And even if it went, beyond fire, initial attack and into extended attack, and went on to Forest Service, the Forest Service would send a bill to the state, to the emergency fire suppression account that would cover that. Now, there is a caveat to that though, is if it was an arson fire, then there is recovery that's expected. And so that's one of the things that needs to be addressed in the cost share agreement, is if it was an arson fire, and then there has to be, some culpability there.
So what do you describe as arson fire? I mean, if Joe Blow's campfire got out, that's arson.
Is the county attorney still in the room? Okay. So, and Clayton, help me out. This is your realm, but, so there's misdemeanor, unintentional, and that's not the right word I'm looking for. It's ag burn is what I'm looking for. Clayton, help me out.
Yeah, so you get into, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Bradley. So off the top of my head, so you have essentially four layers of arson. And on the bottom, so we think about it in terms of fourth degree, meaning the least culpable or least bad. So you have fourth is the least bad, third on up to first degree. Now, first degree arson is the intentional lighting of a fire for the purposes of defrauding an insurance company, something like that, or other stuff. I'm going off the top of my head. We don't charge arson all the time. We always get, so in that fourth one is your negligent burning, where you have something and then it you, because of your negligence, allow it to escape where it's at and go from there. So this could be
Unattended campfire.
it could be an unintended campfire. It could be burning weeds in your backyard that gets away from you, a variety of space. So you have that gradient, and they're all broken down into your second, your third, and your fourth. So that's kind of where you're at. But the key piece that I would suggest is that when you get into the question of arson, you have to be thinking about some level of intent with the burning, and that intent can be that mental state of that negligent action. So that negligence can be the intent. So whether you're going out and intentionally starting somebody's car on fire, or if you're acting negligently with your fire that results in the burning, something else. But it generally has to be other person's property other than your own. That's that question.
Yeah.
Commissioner White, did you have a question? Commissioner White, did you have a question?
No, I wanted to bring up, so when talking about this, so I was able to attend this meeting with Shad, and watching him
Thank you, Clayton.
defend the county was pretty good. For example, on the aviation cost, there was some gray area wording in there that said, hey, if Shad called in a plane to protect it, Shad says, hey, where's my protection? I don't want to commit the county to a bunch of funds. Another example is the Myrna Butte fire. If you guys remember that fire, when I think they remind me, Shad, was there like 15 acres of private land that got burned out of that, something like that. Not very much, right? Well, we was dealing with a new forest person, and as you know, they put a lot of resources on that fire to get it and protect county property. Well, when they came back to us, they says, hey, we want percent of effort. You're gonna pay us the percent, and those tankers remind me, Shad, $40,000 an hour, somewhere in that neighborhood, which would have devastated any of our reserves. And it's like, no, guys, we're not doing that. So I think this operating agreement is very important to us on protecting our assets as well. And it allows, I mean, they clean the language up in the aviation side of it that says, yeah, Shad, you can call a plane in, protect your thing. There's going to be either one of the federal agencies going to pick it up, or the state insurance account's going to pick it up, but we're going to support you in calling in that plane to protect your assets. So, yeah, it was a very good meeting, very, very interesting. First time I got to attend to that, besides dealing with that Myrna Butte fire. As far as Dana's concerns goes and his letters go, I think he made some good points in here. I feel comfortable with moving forward with signing this. I mean, anytime you can get, as you guys see the signature page, almost 3 pages of signatures coming together in an agreement on one little document, that's huge. So I'm ready to move forward on it.
Sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Vickrey.
Well, I don't know how anybody could assimilate all this stuff. I certainly can't. But if the 4 of you want to go ahead with it, then I'll go with it. But there's so much in here, it looks to me like one should read through it and kind of have a feel for what it's all about.
That's what we have our specialist.
No, that don't work for me. It might for you. But that's fine. Go ahead. If Sam thinks it's okay.
Well, assuming it's what it needs to be. Doug saying, I mean, depending on somebody else 100%.
Well, the thing of it is, this individual, is this a guy or a gal? I don't know which. Dana could be either one.
It's a man.
It's a guy. Who brought up some of this
Thank
stuff.
you.
I don't know whether it's factual or not. And
More than happy to walk through them. I mean, it's completely your discretion as a chairman. If you want me to spend that time, I think it'll be up to you.
Clayton, have you reviewed this at all?
All fire protection money? At some point I have, I don't all of them.
well, there's apparently been some changes. Is that not correct? Some changes in it that you guys have made.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, Clayton, this is the meeting you went to with me and Sam.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, okay means,
I'm familiar with, like I said.
okay, good. I wasn't sure what you were telling me. Thank you. I'll go to a question online, I think you were telling me. Say again, please. Great. Hello, Bettina. Are we on mute?
Yes, sir. I apologize. It was not on this issue. I just raised my hand early enough so I could be recognized during the public comment period.
Okay, let me get back with you if I may, please.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you much. And 2. Great. Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the District 4 annual operating plan as presented.
Have a motion. Is there a second? Have a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Well, just because I don't know what it's all about, I'm gonna oppose it on the fact that I haven't had an opportunity to read through it. Whether it makes any difference or not, I don't know, but that's a lot of stuff to look at. And you guys apparently have looked at it, or you wouldn't vote for it, and I have not. So with that, I'm not gonna vote for something I haven't at least had an opportunity to go through.
I can appreciate that. Thank you.
So. Did you get this on your iPad tablet thing? Yeah, seeing like.
I didn't get taken.
Well,
Okay, motion, passed.
Mr. Chairman, if you're willing, I'll defer to Jessica. Can I sign it now and leave it with the chairman and give it to you to give me back the digital version of the signature? How would you like to?
Okay.
Can I, actually, let me just see my copy here.
Is this one? Thank you.
Every county and everybody.
You get it. That's awesome.
That's all I have. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate what you're doing.
Thanks, Shad.
Okay, moving to monthly reports, anything?
One bond for.
Actually, we
Yeah.
got one extra that wasn't in there.
Make a motion to approve a surety bond for Marilyn Jensen. One for Shannon McCormick. One for Skylar Wilson.
We have a motion for approval of 3 bonds. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
Hey.
That's just one.
Well, that's all I've signed. Okay.
How long is?
It's dead.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Next. Proactive, please. Thank you for patiently waiting.
Thank you for giving us space to communicate today. I had sent an email to Clayton
Would you care to join us, Clayton? Thank you.
maybe 10 days ago requesting just some time with you guys. We have two things we'd like to address. First, exciting news. Greg and I have secured an investor who's interested in purchasing 317 North Taylor location, which is where we are. And then secondly, you would like, depending on what you guys decide, just some assurances
For what, please?
assurances for locations. So we got to address number one before we can address number two. So our investor is interested in making an offer on the building for 725. No financing contingency. They would request inspection, obviously. And then that doesn't include $75,000 worth of repairs that need to happen. They're willing, they know they're willing to take them. So what we're looking for is whether or not you're interested in purchase price of that. So, any suggestions or thoughts on that?
How does that couple into assurances, I guess?
Assurances would be whether or not you're willing to accept that, where do we go? So.
Great. So if I'm, Greg, how are you?
Good.
Good. If I'm understanding correctly, we're having a verbal feeling out of a tentative offer of 725 cash, plus assuming repairs of 75 for a total of $800,000. Okay. As of when?
It would depend, I would guess, on how quickly they put together the formal proposal, right? Because there's none of the lawful side of things has occurred yet, because we weren't sure if that was even an option.
Okay, thank you. And then you brought up inspection. Is that then suggesting that there may be additional repairs, modifications that would come forward to the county?
Potentially, depending on what word is.
Okay.
I can comment on that a little bit. I think
Thank you.
when we had the county maintenance set up some estimates for repairs, I think we were fairly thorough on what was needed. There may be some additional small things.
Okay, great.
In this deal, it's a quarter lot, it's 147 acres. Is that kind of what's?
That's what our
with the
building
parking
sits
lot?
on.
That's just the parking lot.
I don't know exactly where that line is, but.
Yes.
Clayton has looked at it a little bit to kind of determine, let my investor know what that looks like. And I think that's approximately where.
So when we refer to investor, please, I'd like clarification. Is that in conjunction in business with you or an individual loaning the funds?
Individual who's interested in purchasing the building.
And then you renting from them? Okay, since we have an outside person that would be coming in, Clayton, would we then need to advertise?
No.
No?
No, you do not.
Okay.
So we can go into full detail on that if you would like.
No.
Okay. Or I can refer you to previous communication on that.
I tried to read that. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I thought you were providing.
Oh, no, I have.
Boundary lines.
So that right there is your approximate. It basically just is the building and the parking lot. It does not include where the storage units are, where those, where the portable storage things in the hospital are, or the remainder of the lot. And this would be as the county had discussed previously, this, if the county were to carve off that piece, this would be a boundary line. It would be a vacation, partial vacation of that plat through the town planning and zoning. And that process through, the necessary plat and everything else, that would cost the county. And go through that process in order to move that boundary line so that it sold as the 0.47 acres. Give or take.
Great, thank you for that.
Yep.
Any questions from the commissioners?
That could be considered in the closing, they would have.
That's
Just for
and with the county, however you want it. I think the county had considered doing it when you were considering listing this property.
Bless you.
And that the county wanted to wait to see what was ultimately said. Sure. And,
Further, other questions?
Well, I don't really know and whether I got a good question or not. So 1.2 million down here says this data was provided by a real estate agent. And sometimes they're little, I know how they are sometimes. So we're looking at a differential, I think, between 750 or 725,000, which is what you're offering. Is that correct? Versus 1.2, which we have done by a firm in Jackson. And so I guess my real question is, why was it done by a firm in Jackson, not one here? Do we not have appraisal here?
this was the appraiser that the county hired to appraise that building back in last fall.
Oh. And so at that point in time, bear with me if I've forgotten. I have probably. So my question still remains, we couldn't find somebody here? Because you and I both know coming out of Jackson, it's automatic up somewhere.
We used them, that airport ground or something, we used that.
I can't remember if it was the same group that did the airport or not, but we thought we used them before on a different project. I can't remember the details of why these guys were selected, but I can say past experiences, both while representing the county, but also commercial appraisers, folks that do appraisals in commercial land they're not as prevalent as residential property appraisers. So they're, but I cannot remember exactly why I decided to.
I know when we were talking about it last time we were in front of you guys, it was mentioned that it was whoever did the airport.
Yeah, we can use it.
At least that's what you guys said, mentioned.
Okay, and who put together this market analysis?
They're Fairbanks, a local realtor.
Who are they?
With, yeah, real estate of Wyoming, Nika Bolter's facility.
Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, she's a cheerleader coach.
Nika, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if I may draw your attention on the commercial listings there for comps, on that first row, under sold commercial listing, this is the second page. The first three listed there all have sold with approximately $135 to $145 per square feet. So our investors offers in that ballpark mostly, and our property sits further away from County Street than all of those above in terms of visibility.
So you'd rather have one on Main Street? What you say? You don't like your location, is what you said, just not.
I mean, it's good in some ways, but not good in others.
There's any comparison to any of these. You have, I mean.
It's a very difficult building.
Yeah, you can compare,
So
wouldn't live in it. Okay, I'm just telling you how it is.
Yeah.
There might be one on here, but not those, well, John, but you're on Main Street. That building's 125 years old. Don't tell me it doesn't have $75,000 worth of repairs it needs, yeah.
No, that's a valid point. I think the big thing to remember too, though, is that building was specifically designed by schools. With the long-term agreement, understanding what there was gonna be a long-term lease and she had first right to purchase if the building was being sold. Initially, it was what their agreement was. So that building is very specifically oriented for medical and physical therapy services.
But we have to look at the fact too, we need a building. Okay, and it's like we could use, you know, so do we spend 400,000 more and not to get a building that's equal to what you have?
And that's why we're here.
Oh, I
We'd
understand.
like to figure out if
But I mean, I'm disappointed on.
So if I may, is there a motion to go into executive session in this regard? Please.
If you'd like to, you can go under, Roman at 9, otherwise, items to receive and consider information otherwise confidential by law.
Any interest or continue good discussion in this manner?
Well, I appreciate them being here, you know, if they have questions, they wouldn't be in executive session, would they?
They will not.
So I don't know if we're done.
We would be happy to answer any questions you have, obviously.
I mean, I don't think it's enough money. That's how I'm feeling. I won't change. I don't care where the people were that did the appraisal, you know. Sure, they just didn't walk in there and measure square feet, figure it, you know. Sure, they did some comparisons. So, I mean, it's gonna take us a lot more than that to put a building. It's the thing. We don't have money hanging on the trees anymore. So.
And something else to point out, actually, my investor pointed out, and I thought this was kind of, I hadn't noticed this. They had pointed out that the two unsold listings are better comparables. But both of those listings actually expired because they didn't sell. Because they were in the 1 million marks and higher. So you could also be looking at a situation that if we were removed and you might be sitting with an empty building or having to remodel it for however much money you put aside for public health as well. But just another devil's advocate.
Or
position.
proactive.
I'm sorry.
Or proactive. It's a two-way street. Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna go out on the limb and say the 1.2, but I don't think we need to get there in my mind, but I think the 7.5 is fair low yet.
Commissioner White?
So am I reading this correct? It's 800,000 minus the 75K that you're gonna put into it. So we don't have to come up with the 75K for the deficiencies we've already determined in that building, right? So anything under the inspection would be above and beyond everything that's already been listed in that building. So truly the offer's 800,000, right?
That's what it's gonna end up costing them.
Correct. We just don't have to cover the $75,000 in repairs. You're gonna cover that.
But at the end of the day, there's only 725 coming to the county. So
Correct.
that's a 725 offer in my mind.
Affirmative.
But, you know, we looked at a building that did, you know, and it's $1 million, right? That's what he asked for.
Mhm.
Then we have to spend, Andre said 200,000, I don't know what it'd be, but, you know, so I don't know what we have to look at. Decisions is gonna put it in, we sell this. We're gonna be set. It's some money, but it's not gonna do what we need.
Department been on point about some other assurances if the county commissioners decide to decline this offer, we would need time for our investor to build or find us a property to rent from and so forth. So And they would further move things along in a kind of manner because of windows for construction and such.
But I'd be willing to bet if he buys property, nothing's less than 6,000 a lot. You know, he may not want to invest that cheap, but you got a guarantee that he will. Build you a building. And if he builds one that's $1.5 million, your rent's fine. Okay?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then maybe you can't afford it.
Yeah, our discussion is with the investor that this proposal is not moving forward, that they would invest in a property that would meet our needs in terms.
So is your investor absolutely committed to buying this and then putting a lease program together with you folks?
If you guys are agreeable to that amount, yes. They feel authorized to do it.
This might be one of the easier discussions we've had today, for me anyway.
Heavy topics.
Oh.
In the room.
Well, I'm going to give you my rendition here. I think the proactive is a necessary business in this community. I don't know of anything the county has done since I've been here that makes money. And, you know, if everything is copacetic through, how about that word, through our attorney, but at the end of the day, the county gets the 725,000, I would say, let's do it. That's my take on it.
So I think we need to make a commitment, to discuss the fact, you know, Jana Lee, what are we gonna do for her? That's coming up too. We're gonna be in a position.
Well, we're not gonna get a building for Jana Lee. It's not gonna cost quite a lot more. And I think we've probably already, whether we've said it in public or not, committed to doing something for that. And I don't know where, and I know that it would take significant, in my mind at least, significant retrofitting to make that facility for her. And even though she's sitting here and she can jump in anytime she'd like.
Significant retrofitting on what building, please?
Pardon?
On the proactive rehab building, it would
Yeah.
take significant remodeling?
I think it would
Okay,
be.
thank you. I just needed clarification.
Yeah.
I didn't know where you were on that.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
So we'd be looking at, you know, realistically in today's world, $200,000 or $300,000 just to put it up to snuff. At least.
Well, that's better than 3 million to put a new one in.
Yeah. Yeah, you're no doubt about that, but you know, we've been wanting to bring businesses in here, not kick them out. And so I think this is an opportunity to keep a business here. That's my take. I get one vote.
I can support you. I support Doug on that.
And you're the deciding factor.
Why does it happen that way?
Well, I'd like to hear something, Jana, how comfortable she is. she expects in the next 3 months, 6 months, a year?
Only if we can be civil among parties here, okay?
I don't know.
These guys are our neighbors. I make no secret that these individuals have played a significant part in my life and that facility too. With that whirlpool outside, that's a huge asset to our community. They're right, that building was built for their need. If you retrofitted. I also am here to represent public health and we need a permanent space.
If may, what about the nearly 1 acre next to us that you guys already own? So you have a lot already built on that you wouldn't have to spend $200,000 just to purchase them.
Only a couple million to build.
But we have a brand new facility that would be made for public health and our work. And it would be an investment.
Can you get any grants from the state?
You saw that environmental money for this, Sam? What's the second bullet point?
We probably could.
I think there's some leeway there.
I think we could.
Generally, does our building suit your needs?
So I've only really been in the, or the gym. I mean, any of these buildings that we, it's just how much it has the ADA access, it has the, it meets the fire marshal's restrictions, all the things.
Are you required to have water in every private room?
No, but like our patient rooms ideally, at least 2. I'm like.
So that would have to be removed. For the buildings, I just think.
We just bought a new home for IT. We could put 2 or 3 of those together. Realistically, we could.
We could sell the building and do that and have money left over.
There you go. Yeah. Well, some of these things are pretty darn nice. It'd be as nice as when you moved in from up on the hill. Well, it would.
No.
It is.
It's changing.
I just had to get that out. Sorry. It's didn't mean it really. I just had to say it.
So I think we've heard from everyone, yes?
All but you.
Yeah, thanks. I think both sides, Commissioner White, Commissioner Vickrey is right. I think Commissioner Stevens and Commissioner Bradley are correct. There's no question in my mind that it'd be a good home for you. I think that your offer is light, though, to be honest with you. Coming into it, yes, everyone's aware we have an appraisal on it. I have a fiduciary relationship and duty to the tax constituents of the county. And for me to forego obtaining the correct value because I like someone is negligence on my part. At the same time, I also recognize the benefit that you have with that building. And then I also know that we need to come up with a home for public health. That's a given. And in the course of doing this, we haven't come up with any viable options that I'm aware of, other than the acreage next to it, and perhaps that one building down by the old Dodge dealer. I would be amenable, looking at a more financially enticing offer from you. But based on this, no, I could not. Okay,
We are only able to speak to that amount with the investor. And I believe that I would be speaking properly to say that they would say no. But
Okay.
that's where they are, is at the 720.
okay,
So if your majority is a no, then that puts Craig and I in a very rough spot as new owners or active rehab for a company that's been providing services for 85 years here for Sublette specifically. I would ask at that point that we have at least a 12 to 15 month assurance that if you do list the property in MLS or auction it, or while you're working on that, to give us time to find something and to make it what we need it to be, kind of a guarantee that we could have another year to lease.
the option is still there to come up in price.
So I don't know your investor's opinion, and I don't remember what all the repairs are, but he's willing to put 800,000 out. You're operating as is. Can those repairs be delayed and he put 800,000 towards this purchase price?
I have to ask them.
And we should recognize much of those repairs are all should have by now. Unless they were delayed because of transition of the property from the center when they merged to the hospital district.
Sure, they should have been covered by the Sublette Center initially, and for us to be penalized for that,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
But in hindsight, that's also penalizing us as business owners. So I really feel like Craig and I have been kind of dangling pieces between two entities. And I don't, and you too. You totally understand what I'm feeling as a business owner, not knowing when you're going to be removed is a little stressful. It's been a year.
Oh, absolutely, I recognize that. Don't misunderstand it. Doesn't matter what I say, I'm gonna come across as the bad guy.
Oh,
I get it.
and
but-
I understand. I actually appreciate your thought process of trying to protect the county as well as protect us. But I would be remiss to not have a little bit of emotion here, right?
No, I agree. This came to us less than a year ago, yes.
June, yeah.
And so what happened in the past truly is not our problem. We had no dog in that fight. And unfortunately, it's rolled you because of that. And I don't know why it wasn't pursued with the hospital district in the past, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. Are you meaning purchasing of the building?
No, the repairs of the building.
Oh, yes, they had agreed to doing it before this stuff started
Sure.
coming up with public health. Like that was in an agreement. So we were patiently waiting, and then all of a sudden everything transpired. So
What did the appraisal come in at, Clayton?
Memory serves as 1.2, and that's for the entirety of the property.
The building and the lot.
Correct.
Not the additional acreage. Not the additional corner.
Yeah,
Like you separate the.
I think
it
it was
was separated.
separated.
It's the 0.47 acres.
Correct. Okay. Um,
Public health has also got 1 year left on our lease agreement. Or between the county and the whole district for our space.
And it goes to 2,500 a month,
I
correct?
don't know.
I think we have that option.
Goes up to a reasonable amount, and I think it's capped. Which is good.
What does that do for public health if you stayed there another year?
Well, as you know, the sewage line is an issue that is popping up every 3 to 4 weeks now. And I guess from talking to you and to Russ, the CEO, it's in a discussion between lawyers who's paying for furnaces and hot water heaters and sewage breaks and lines outside of the building. I don't know where that's.
Or come up with the counter number, send back to your investor. Is there any use talking to him? This is the number.
I think we can certainly bring a number to him and see if they'll entertain that. My impression was they thought that his offer was ready at fair market value. So as long as we can move along in a timely manner, you know, if we can return with an offer to him from commissioners, everything, depending on what they think of that, just need to all somewhat quickly. It ends up being a no in the end, so that they can have time to arrange for modeling of a new space or.
Okay.
That's.
Lease.
Sync with 800. Somebody give it. Okay,
You're going to stay at what?
800,000.
800 to the county?
That's a check we get. Dexter.
No, I heard you.
Okay,
These two are good at 725, so.
okay, well, I'd like it
Well,
to I'd like it to
the
be
way I
united.
look at it, if that goes over, we've sat right here and made 25,000 and I said we couldn't make anything. So,
What do you mean made 25,000?
well, it went from 75, wasn't it? Oh, cow. Made another bunch. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm still good at the 725. I think that is, when you look at comparables and what's going on in the market, it is softening up. I don't know if we'll get that. I'm good at supporting you guys on that offer. As far as Jana comes on that building, I've said it before. I'm more interested in, you know, if we're gonna do something, let's build the 100-year building that future commissioners don't have to worry about, and not pick up a 30-year-old building that somebody's gonna have to redo something about in 10 years. So that's my thoughts.
Really?
I don't know. I still think we have to answer the taxpayers eventually.
I
Yeah,
do.
we do too. Well, we will. You and I in about 2 years. If we just sign our names up again.
Well, they're kinder than I was, because I was thinking 1 million, so.
We had through some of those region, the quilt building, I'd feel better, but using that, they're not half.
This does not come from my investor.
Oh, I understand that, what I'm saying. That's,
I mean, you're looking on, there's really not a lot to compare with. I've had my
well, you gotta
realtor
go.
run this for over a year. Constantly, I keep asking her, can you look again? Can you look again? There's just, this is it. This is what we have to compare to in the county.
I mean, we could have turned around and fixed the Yeti building. Compared to low stuff. Compared to the Yeti building, said, well, it's close.
Yeah, I don't even know what that.
Well, that was,
what
oh, I
is.
don't know,
So,
but a lot. So.
I don't think it's fair to necessarily look at this and say that we purposely chose lower sided things because
Oh, I understand that. I know.
I was just making sure you didn't think we were purposely
Oh,
doing that. I
no,
just
I'm-
asked my realtor to run comps and she picked things that were
Sure.
as comparable as possible.
But you know, even the altitude road, comparison.
It's just one of the most recent
Yeah,
sales.
just something that's sold.
Yeah. You know, there's nothing on the market that's like.
Priority, it's a gym.
You could look at it that way, or you could look at it's a complete regut. You know, so you either spend $1 million gutting it for Jana Lee, or you continue to get $5,400 guaranteed every month. And you help a local business that's awesome.
You know, I don't know, we could look at that old Pinedale Lockers building.
I mean, it's already got it.
It could remodel it to however you would like.
Okay, thank you. I view the appraisal situation as we had a certified commercial appraiser with appraisal in hand, and that should take precedent over a real estate agent's comparable fair market value. And based on that, I would go for $800,000 cash to the county. I think that's a reasonable negotiated value. We've come down in 4 and you'd go up in 75. I don't know how you could beat that.
Do you have something to go over with them? I'm just asking.
No, I'm just,
Could I have a minute to step away if you guys want to keep going with your meeting? So I could call my investor.
Oh, of course. Yeah,
Because I can't speak for them.
no, of course not. And I'm not trying to paint you in a corner. I just need a fair negotiation on it. Okay, so you're
2
welcome.
weeks, back in 2 weeks. Do it now, Ray.
I don't see why I couldn't call. and
You're
ask them.
more than welcome. We're not closing the door. It's not up to me. Please understand that. And I think that I recognize Commissioner White and Commissioner Vickrey, and I agree with Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Stevens. Thank you.
If there is a no, we would like to walk away kind of having a conversation as well of what assurance have. So if you could be mindful of thinking through that a little bit while I make a phone call.
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
Yeah. It's always there, you know, as a business owner, you're like. it's been a
Absolutely.
stressful year.
You think?
Yeah, so
And
it's nice to have a little
Yeah.
reprieve.
we would love to see you there. That's a true statement, Craig.
Appreciate that.
Okay,
All right. So we're gonna make a phone call and see if I can get some answers.
take a few minutes and don't rush. And we have something else that we need a couple of things to go over, so
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Clayton. Okay, while we're addressing that, I'd like to go on to the next item at hand, which is the from Commissioner Vickrey, his communication with University of Wyoming correspondence.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, so bear with me for just a moment because I'm gonna go back in time just a little bit before I move forward, if you don't mind. So I'm gonna refer to the May 5th meeting, which we had a discussion with 4-H and MESA on issues at what is commonly known as the 4-H property, which is owned by the county. The discussion centered around whether MESA could have a portion of that or not to put their program together. And quite honestly, it got, in my opinion, a little bit testy, and I thought, this is not about the kids in both programs. It's about the egos in the adults. And that was just didn't resonate very well with me. And I thought, both entities are invaluable to this community and what they offer. 4-H offers a myriad of different things. A larger group, the MESA folks offer a specific program to kids who are somewhat challenged, but both programs have such a viable part with the youth in this county. And so when I stepped back a minute and I thought, what we're looking at here is a way to, or at least from my perspective, a way to alleviate the tensions if we could. There was times when 4-H had an opportunity to, or took the opportunity to point a finger at Commissioner Bradley. They also had the opportunity and took it to point a finger at me. And why they do that, I don't know, because it's the kids we should be thinking about. So after that meeting, I said to myself and to Mr. Bradley, I said, Mac, we got to correct this in some way, and I'm not certain how to do it. So I went home and I thought, the crux of the whole thing is not about the kids involved in the program. It's the people that are in charge. And the 4-H has been not in charge by anybody for some time. Their 4-H educator has not been able to come in here and, I guess, from what I'm understanding, has not been able to make enough money to be able to live here. And so that's where the real issue lies, as far as I was concerned. And so, with Mr. Bradley's consent, I made some telephone calls. In fact, I made a lot of telephone calls. I started where the whole program should have started, with the Board of Trustees at the university. And so I visited with all but 3 of them and left messages with the other 3 and explained the circumstance here from my perspective of these folks that come in here to lead this 4-H program just can't afford to live here. They need some help. And so I threw out a offer, what I felt like, number one, if I could get by at the university level, I could certainly get by at the Sublette County level. And so I threw an offer out there that I thought would be amendable to both the university and this board. And my contact there was John McKinley. And so I'm going to read this letter, this email that I got from John on 5/14. It says, John McKinley here. Below is the motion passed by the UW Board of Trustees this afternoon regarding the Sublette County 4-H educator salary. Let me know if you have questions. And this is what the motion is. Trustee Laura Schmitz Pizzato moved the board direct administration and the College of Agriculture to increase the annual salary of the 4-H educator position at Sublette County, Wyoming by the same amount as approved by the Sublette County Commission, with up to a maximum of $10,000 by the University of Wyoming, $20,000 total between UW and county. The raise requires a dollar-for-dollar match by Sublette County. In addition, the other extension educators in Sublette County, Wyoming will receive an annual raise in the percentage amount equal to the same percentage salary increase provided to the 4-H educator by the University of Wyoming's contribution. These raises shall be effective July 1, 2026. Trustee Carol Linton seconded the motion. And after I got that message from John, I said to myself, where's the 4-H folks been? Why haven't they approached this? Because it appeared to me that the university was very approachable. As a matter of fact, several of them said, my wife or my husband has been involved in 4-H. They know how important it is in the communities, and specifically to Sublette County. And so after I got this message from Mr. McKinley, I took it upon myself to, at that point in time, touch base with each of my commissioners, fellow commissioners, to see if they would agree to this. And as near as I know, the support has been unanimous. And so in light of that, I believe when the university starts interviewing for a new educator, it would be safe for them to say this salary will be 20,000 more than what it has been previous, which should bring somebody into this community in the mid-70s, and hopefully that's enough to where they'll be able to stay and do what they're supposed to do, is educate, help educate the 4-H programs, because it's such a vital thing for all the youth that prescribe to those programs. In the meantime, to my knowledge, we're in the process of finding a spot, if you would, for MESA to reside for some time. And I hope to see that go forward, and the county's involvement will be minimal, comparatively so. So I think it gave me the opportunity to thank all of the trustees at the University of Wyoming for their support to the 4-H program here in the county. And for the sake of me, I don't know why this hasn't been explored before, but it hadn't. And so here we go, probably on a new venture, I would hope, for the 4-H educator that's going to come into Sublette County. So that's where I'm from. And I'm in hopes that this extra contribution from both the county and the university will let somebody stay here for a bit more than 3 months. So that's my spiel.
I'll add a brief little bit to this. Big thank you to Commissioner Vickrey. And he stepped out on a limb here and hopefully rectifies a problem we've had for a while. I hope the 4-H community recognizes how good this can be. And I hope he's not in trouble for not contacting them before starting this venture, but it should be a big shot in the arm for them.
Thank you.
Oh, I agree. I think, yeah, this helps stop the revolving door that we've had in that position. It will be better for the county in the long run. So good job, Doug.
Good job.
Well, that's all I know. I would hope that it will be looked upon from the 4-H group as win-win for them and the program both.
Who needs to notify the University of Wyoming of our,
We need to make a motion to approve this.
can't we just include it in the budget?
Budget, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the important
I'm sorry,
part, the
Jessica?
important part is, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I did open go this morning and I put a note on that salary line, so we make sure none. All I did was put a note about this.
Okay, so I believe that if it's a budgetary item, we don't need to bring it to a vote. And it'll go through, and whoever needs to contact UW takes care of that.
I think we do need to get it formalized in writing either from the university and or our lawyer putting it down, and then we can approve that MOU between both of us, just so as it changes at that level, it doesn't get lost in the shuffle as well.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay,
Excuse me, so the importance of knowing it's going forward now is I don't know when or how long the interviews is gonna take. And it's important, I think, for whoever they interview to know where that salary's gonna be. And that's the reason I brought it up here today as we go forward. I'm sure they're out there now looking, or I would assume they are looking for candidates. So that should, I would hope, that should help bring somebody in here on a little longer term than 3 months.
excellent. Who will you talk to University of Wyoming or have Clayton talk with them on the MOU for that increase?
Yes, I assume, Clayton, that probably would be part of your jurisdiction. How's that sound? Yeah. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
That's taken care of. Leanne, are you back? And while she's on her way up here, I'd like to notify the board that we have received an invitation to attend the honoring of Boyd Skinner and his family at Boyd Skinner Town Park, Sunday, May 24th at 2 p.m. Honor guard, 21 gun salute and taps. Skinner family will present Museum of the Mountain Men with Boyd Skinner's Purple Heart and military medals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me a minute to.
Of course.
And I apologize, Craig had to leave. We are still working. So we had a patient waiting for him at the clinic. Our investor is not interested in going higher than 725 with the current, what he knows currently. He is kind of in agreement with Commissioner White that there's some concerns there as well when we start digging into correcting some of the issues that are needing to be repaired. So that's a risk, obviously, that they're not wanting to take on. So my ask would then be, could we discuss their assurances of to keep our company going for a substantial amount of time while we try to navigate the real estate world, which is limited.
Of course.
I see no reason to give you the boot. That's what you're asking immediately. No, I think it's the proper thing to do, to give you ample time to look. And who knows, fairy godmother may show up and say, hey.
That would be a wonderful thing.
But I would certainly be in favor of extending that for a reasonable period of time.
Myself also.
We appreciate that. My guess would be another year to figure out and get something built out, which may be perfect timing generally.
We are fine as long as we can have a discussion about which line is not getting fixed.
So are we paying rent on that building? Pardon? Okay, so how much? Well, it really doesn't do any good to withhold rent then, does it?
Maybe whoever come over and work the jail thing.
Okay, exactly. Would you be kind enough to send a request to the hospital district to fix their property on the sewer line?
Yes. Surely in that contract sometime.
Well, it was a pretty gray area, major stuff, and I don't know if the sewer's major in there. I think it was great.
Day to day, sewer line is not day to day.
Well,
So,
yeah, so
You have.
Yeah, the sewer line could be gray.
Contract is.
You do have, yes, Jana.
There's 2 bathrooms. The one bathroom wasn't plumbed right. So the toilet does not have a right flow. So there's a problem there. So that it gets blocked. There's also a problem outside of the building, which is the bigger problem, like a break in the main. And that is the problem that, like the county coming to help basically router our line every month is not solving. And it just seems like there's been getting closer and closer.
It's also impacting the Sublette Center proper, is what you told me, I believe. So yes, we'll work with you on time, and I suspect something will occur in the near future to make everything come together.
Should we have Clayton do an extension or something on the contract? How do you want to work?
So of course, need to have something in writing with you so you have a comfort feeling. Okay. So can we do an extension of 1 year on proactive? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Leanne.
Brody. Appreciate it.
You guys actually have a vote?
No,
Not a formal vote.
That's what I'm saying is like, we can go ahead and do that lease extension at next month, or you guys can do it today and then we can finalize the writing, whichever you're.
Or when's her current lease expire?
It's not,
It's month to month.
Okay.
it's 60 or 90 days notice. I can't remember when it is. Yes, and then, yeah. I'll write it up and then you guys go through.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll take care of this.
Sound to put in that lease that the next 12 months, they have an option at so much to buy. That way they know what they're wanting. Right? I know, I'm just bringing it.
Lease any count towards a down payment or off purchase price.
How much is your rent currently?
5,400.
So if we do 5,400,
Which since I think they started that first payment in June was a prorated, and then since July they did that.
It's been 5,400 since I've on the phone. I'm pretty sure it's been. So we've been in it 2 years. Right.
so if
That's $65,000.
64.8. So if we were to take out your calculator.
After 5, so I'm just pontificating.
Okay, if I can continue. Thank you. For Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Stevens, I heard a couple of things while other people were talking. Please let me explore it. This is the amount of 1 year's worth of. Would you put that towards the purchase price?
I guess, because you're getting it. Same way as selling it, that we got the money.
1 year's worth of lease is equal to $64,800. Okay,
be proactive or count anything they've already paid to the county.
for the next year.
No.
I'm just throwing it out there. If you're throwing out stuff, I'm gonna throw it out. They've already paid it.
Basically doing the same thing.
You're basically doing the same thing.
Okay, so what's occurring, please, if I may interject here?
So
No, you're good, because he's the one that was interrupting.
It's late.
We still need to have that time frame come up with a home for proactive. Yes. Well, if you agree to this. So that gives us a year to make a determination as far as placing in an existing building or,
But we can't make that determination if they're not willing to buy it. They have 12 months to make this decision. We could either.
well, I would encourage them,
Receive.
I would encourage them to make that decision within 60 days or it's off the table. Mr. White?
Yeah, you guys do what you want.
Okay. Commissioner Stevens?
Huh? Move ahead with that.
Okay. There you go.
Can I re-clarify?
Yeah.
Just to make sure I'm
Hang on,
understanding.
I'm a little confused too.
Yes.
1 year of rents, the 64,800 would go towards the purchase price at 725.
Yes.
But no, just what they pay till,
Yes, isn't that what she said?
she's saying taking the whole amount off, once they just buy it 2 months, that's like 10,000.
No, you're referring to a complete year of payments. Okay. And if you decided to have that in 6 months, that complete year of payments would still be made.
So basically what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, you're still gonna pay the 725 in 1 year, but you're gonna pay 64,000 in rent that gets,
Oh, I see what you mean.
yes.
See what you mean.
Yeah, it does not drop that 725 number, correct?
No, it does not.
Okay, just making sure we're all on the same.
That is correct.
Could we just look at the assurance first? You can give us 60 days to communicate.
Yes, absolutely. That's what the proposal was.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Do you guys
Investor may have a good night.
never know,
Right.
right? You never know. Do you guys have any other questions for me?
Have not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully you don't have to stay much longer.
Okay, we're open for public comment and that would be Bettina. What?
Let's get this poor guy that's waited here all day.
I thought you were just hanging out.
Chairman, commissioners, I got 2 items I'd like to discuss. One is, going on the county GIS and you look at the property taxes each year. Well, it used to be we had 20 years payment records there. And now we only have 5. So my question to the commissioners is, are you aware that that's changed?
I've never seen it in 20 years. But did it just change? Of course, I don't look at the taxes.
Well, I don't look at it all the time, but I know a few years ago, I could look back to like 2003
In regards to,
to how much
Property tax
the
was paid.
property tax was. But now when I go in and look, I can get 5 years.
okay,
So my view as a citizen, that I think it's important that citizens be able to recognize how much the property taxes have changed. And if you look, when it went from being, I think it was 20 years to 5 years, it paints a totally different picture.
Clayton, if I may. In regards to financial disclosure and retainage of records, is that for financial purposes, 7 years for a county also?
State sets out a guideline. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Okay, so Clayton will take a look and refer to that and we'll post accordingly.
Okay. Because you understand where I'm coming from.
I do, but at the same time,
There's laws.
I texted Emily to see if, she knows when that changed. We could always still provide a record for you. Just,
Well, I mean, I think it's just when people go out to look, to me, it's like, you know, our taxes have quadrupled in the last 10 or 15 years. And you should, that should be apparent. You should be able to see it. But when it went to 5 years. Doesn't
Is a
look like-
smaller time frame.
Well, it doesn't look that bad. It's post-COVID. It's like, well, so that was my observation. So I just like, make commissioners aware of that and I hope that we can restore that data.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Clayton will check on that and inform us accordingly. And does that work for you? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, my second item is recently Secretary of State.
I got a response already.
Okay.
She said it will still give you that information, but you have to choose it in the search option under advanced search.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Manners put to bed.
All right, so recently, Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray put out a letter to the Park County Commissioners detailing that they could do hand counts on ballots during the election. And I showed Clayton where it was and pulled up. So what I would like to request is the county commissioners get a chance to review that letter, look at it, but consider having Sublette County hand count their ballots this election. I know that's a big ask. Maybe it's possible that you do the first night's count using the machine, but then you validate it with a hand count.
What's your reasoning for it?
I don't trust machines.
You don't trust machines.
Okay. I was telling Clayton, if I was in the military, I used to support 3-letter agencies. And, my background, I just don't trust that if you have a machine that's got any kind of electronic chips in it, that it can't be manipulated. So we got the paper. Paper's all there on all these ballots. We got the paper. So go ahead and run through the machine and let it give you whatever numbers it is. But then you got 3 or 4 days that they take to validate everything. Do the hand count.
I don't know how does a hand count work? In my mind, I don't know how they work, but I feel there'd be error
Well,
big time in a hand count.
So Chairman, Commissioners, we will be conducting an audit this election after the primary. It will be 5% of, it will be whatever machine comes to 5% of the total ballots or closest to. And I would welcome you to come and be on that canvas board and participate.
I can do that, but I want 100%. The country functioned for many years before we had all these computers. We hand counted it. And, to me, it's like, people talk about this and that with elections. So the 22 years I was in the military, I don't think I missed an election. Okay, when I was overseas for 17 years of that. So it was quite a process to get that absentee ballot, all that stuff. And, I went through that effort. So I look at that, it's like, okay, elections aren't supposed to necessarily be easy. Okay, so in my mind, it's like, everybody talks about, people being denied their vote and stuff. Well, if that machine ain't counting them, right, then I'm denied my vote. So to me, just check the machines, taking a sample. We have time. We have time after an election. We did it for 200 years, no issue. I don't think I'm radical because the elections that we would set up overseas for other countries, whether it was in, Bosnia or Iraq, you take and you stick your thumb in an inkwell to show that you voted. Okay, so I don't think what we're asking for here is too nuts. I'd like the commissioners. Clayton's got the letter, so that you can see where you stand with the state and law and everything, but I would just like you to highly, think about it, consider it, and, me, that's, having served in the military, that's the little part I ask. Make sure that we have true elections.
So is Park City or Park County considered it?
Well, Chuck Gray wrote the letter to them, basically saying it's up to the county commissioners how they, choose to run their election. If you want to do hand counts, you do hand counts. You don't have to use the machine. And that's in the letter, and he's pulled it up. But
Well,
but I understand also, from the clerk of court that everybody's sitting there going, "Give me the number. We just had the election. What's the results?" And I'm saying, you kind of find a compromise. The machine can crank out that first night's thing and say, "Okay, here we are." Because I've been an election judge. I know it's busy, right? But I'm saying that 3 days afterwards, do the process. Got the paper that's in the machines. You got the paper that everybody filled out. There's a paper record of everything. Take the fine, the heck out.
But do you have to commit, we're counting them or we're doing the machine? And if you choose the machine and the count comes up different, you still have to go by what you committed to? Is there a commit before election?
Do not know the answer to that question, so
I think some of that is in that letter.
Excuse me, Jessica's talking right now. Thank you.
The Clerks Association just had a 2-day training with clerks and staff in Casper, just so the clerks and our staff could learn how to hand count the 5% of the ballots for each county. And I have to tell you that the machine versus human error it took all of our willpower for 2 days to learn how to do just that small amount and come up with a uniform process across the state to use to just do the 5% machines. And we're trained staff. So to then have a canvas board that we have to train to do hand counts, it seems like it would be simple. But I would ask the commission and Bob if you would want to be present at that canvas or participate as a member of that canvas to do the hand count. Yeah. Definitely. And also to come test the machines.
Yeah.
In July.
Whatever I can do to help. And if, you want me to try to recruit other people to help, but I think it's important because it takes away a lot of the suspicion from people that we don't have fair elections. So in my mind, everything we can do for people to think that election was fair and honest, not manipulated, that it gives the citizens more confidence in the system. Because we suffer from a lot of lack of trust throughout our country now, because things have been shady in other places. So I think this is important because we don't have to say, well, we haven't had a problem. Well, you wait till you had a problem, say, well, oh yeah, that horse got out. It's like, I think it's important we're ahead of this and we demonstrate to people. It's like, no, we took the time to count every one of those votes. Because we can do it. It's not, it's a bigger effort. There's a lot of things people do for this country that's a lot of effort. So in my mind, we just suck it up and we do it. And it's, you're in the military, they just say embrace the, pain. You do what you got to do, you make it right.
Okay, great. Would you be kind enough to explore how it would ultimately work out for a manual counting of the ballots after the running through the electronic system? What the steps would be?
Running our election through our machines like we always had, and then doing a separate
Yes.
hand
Uh-huh.
count audit on 100% of the ballots.
That is correct. That's what's being asked, and we'll explore it and put it to a vote at the commission.
So
Thank you.
what is it that you want me to, I apologize, what was your exact question earlier?
My question was, you have to commit to, if you're hand counting or your machine counting prior to election, as to which one counts, I'd assume. You machine count, and that's our choice, but then you hand count, and find a discrepancy, you can't bring that discrepancy up.
For our 5% that we're going to hand count, we have to match the machine. You have to figure out what ballots don't match the machine. So
Can't trust myself to count that.
I will tell you.
I can tell you,
2 days
you
of
go
very
counting.
professionals trying to figure out how to do just 5% of what our votes are. It would be people that I would have to hire to do it. It would be hours of time, training.
Well, I
So
think the mistakes would be much greater. I mean, I say it's different counting, I
Much
don't say
greater.
cattle, but I can count cattle through 2 gates and get 2 different numbers of cattle 99% of the time.
well, we found out when we did our training among the Clerks Association. It is human error is much worse than a machine that just counts
But
it
I don't know.
correctly.
Look that,
And that's why we do want to put the public's mind at ease and do what the Secretary of State has put forward, which is 5%.
But he also put forward in that letter, like, to show you, that you can do the whole hand count. So I'm just saying, you know, we know that machines can be manipulated. That's been sworn statements testified before Congress. Okay. So, and it's been demonstrated by experts right in front of the different legislatures. So I'm not saying that we have that problem here. I'm just saying this will take that off the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Clayton will read through and give us his advice, and we should address it at the next meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Hello, Bettina.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. I have 2 comments. It's about the educating the public about the risk of fire. And I probably should just send these on to Shad Cooper, but I held on this long. I thought I'd voice it to you all. Thank you very much. One is getting the word out about the risk. Why not utilize our volunteer firefighters or some other similar group that at the lowest level you can get in our communities? Mr. Vickrey mentioned the gentleman who was setting a fire in his backyard, and why didn't his neighbor come over and say something to him? Well, if that neighbor were educated through the hierarchy what the risk factors were and the level of risk, maybe that neighbor would have. So I'm just thinking that's a group of people that they're already committed. I don't know how formally or informally, but maybe we utilize their community involvement to get the word out. And you don't have to comment back. That's okay. I just wanted to have my say here. The second thing was when you have multi-jurisdictional lands in conjunction with one another, and there's a person that enters and they don't know what the fire risk is on the different lands, I would say go with the maximum fire risk, and that just becomes a rule in the county across agencies. So thank you very much.
No, you made some good points, Bettina. Thank you for your input. It's appreciated. Shall we continue? We can bring up items from coming meetings and address those now.
Sure.
It's 3 o'clock, it's adjournment time.
Okay. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, just one order of old business.
yes, please.
I did attend the WCCA board meeting, and I sent you guys the reports on the final budget and what we changed in the handbook or the guidelines for how the WCCA operates.
I did receive those. Thank you.
Correct. Yep, it does have our fees. We won for once were the biggest drop in fees, just because of what, the gas market's doing and us losing $2 billion in evaluation. So we do get a break on our WCCA fees this year. Believe it or not, they looked at me a little cross-eyed. That's all the old business I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. If there's no other business to address or talk about, is there a motion to adjourn?
Let's make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I
Motion
dare you.
passed.
I dare you.